Sounds chaotic.
So, aside from the 2 hours of chaos that you did in D&D, what else have you been up to?
I played Guilty Gear all day.
That matches up. I'm loading up the game. You've probably already loaded up. It doesn't really matter. This has become less of a race, more of a podcast every Friday.
It's like a part of me just be like, oh well, the part of me can't get rid of the anger of like, yeah, I'm somewhat mad at that person, but I'm like, in the end of the day, it's like shit happens.
Well, see that we've already discussed this about the whatever moment, but it
yeah,
fits
whatever. All my
so
anger is just
well.
gonna be at that character.
It fits so well with your character having a grudge, a vendetta against the character that has so far messed up, not once but twice in what I'm assuming is such a short period of time, because I'm trying to like, this all happened in the span of a day in the game, right?
No, this happened in a span of 2 weeks.
Oh, okay, so it's over a 2-week period this happened.
But it was
Gotcha.
an 11-day journey.
Gotcha.
So
Still,
2 weeks.
I love the idea of like, you go through all this trouble, get your bounty, go to turn it in, you tell one of the people that you trust to go do this, and the immediate thing they do is donate your gold. Donate your gold you got from the bounty to the church.
And the church is also
and you became a back alley assassin for it. I mean, mind you, you were
controlled by vampires.
And I say this in quotation marks. The back
you know
alley
what
assassin.
I did? I legitimately didn't even question, because it's just like, oh well, you know, the priest is having his, like, you know, sucking the blood from a human because he's a vampire. I paid no attention. I gave him back the weapon. I gave him the head, and I just said, give me my gold.
Awesome.
At this point, I am more worried about the fucking, like, my criminal contact abandoning me than anything else.
I kind of like the idea of like, oh, he's a vampire, and you just being like, hi, I don't care, you do you, have fun with that. Here you go.
I've already been through
Contract complete. Contract complete. You have either made the best friend you could ever. You have either made the best friend you could ever possibly have, or that will come back to bite you, literally. But I look forward to potentially hearing about that in the future.
Mind you, I like saying this, and my response is, the father saw me fucking knock the character across the face the first time, and then he's like, don't do any unholy actions. I am unholy!
I love that.
I'm a fucking tiefling!
Like, yes, I'll be sure to get right on that as a tiefling.
As a tiefling that's already unholy, that's an assassin.
An assassin tiefling that
has a concealed
that you literally got donated blood money. You were just donated blood money. How does that make you feel?
I'm a tiefling. Why would I care?
I'm talking about the preacher dude that, like, oh no violence here, my child, like that kind of thing.
It wasn't blood money. We were supposed to check out ruins and warn the dwarves, and we got paid for it. So it was one of the basic stuff.
No, I was talking. Oh, I thought this is a different one we're talking about.
Nope, this thing. And mind you, I also have another favor I have to do. I have to go check the ruins again, and I have to like analyze them for some vendor, like traveling vendor.
Nice.
So we all leveled up again. We're all going to get archetypes.
You're really making me want to do a Dungeons and Dragons thing. I'm gonna have to get into it some way, shape, or form.
If I'm in your campaign, shit's going to hell.
I mean, I've already anticipated this. I think. I don't know. I think I want to be a player the first time I ever play it instead of a DM.
My friend did something that a lot of people say don't, but my friend is a DM and a player.
See, honestly, if it works for you, it works for you.
No, I don't care. We're all friends at that table.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna do what I normally did to that guy because he's seen as a sheriff that knows thieves can't. I'd lip him off.
I've been meaning to get into watching seasons 1 and 2 of Critical Role.
Erica and Juniper are doing a campaign.
Hmm?
So you could definitely watch that. It's
Are you talking about
nothing.
Arcadium?
Yeah.
I've been meaning to watch Arcadium as well.
Or you could go with the most popular one, Critical Role.
Well, it's funny you say that because I've been seeing clips here and there, and I've been like, I need to really watch season 1 and 2 because they literally just finished their second campaign, like a month and a half ago or something like that. So I'm like, now would be a perfect time to watch all the stuff and like get all the information you need, then go from there.
What was funny about the whole ordeal also with the Baron, this guy was getting like success, critical, like great success, great fail, great success, great fail, great success, great fail.
That's hilarious.
Every other action he was doing was either success or fail, and it was so funny.
That seems to be like how it is with a Dungeons & Dragons dice rolling game.
I mean, we tried to analyze to see how old a statue was, and the highest someone rolled was a 10.
It's real fucking old.
Yeah, no, he described it. It's a rock.
That's a rock.
And then
It's a
when
fancy
the guy
rock.
rolled a 7, it's a rock that's made out of marble. That's fair.
By our powers combined, we can make one brain cell. Mile.
I use the excuse my character is fucking pissed off. That's why.
Anger has clouded your mind.
He doesn't care. He is so done.
I got a rock.
He's so done with that entire thing that he's just like, I just need to make sure my ass isn't in the fucking grass.
That's great.
And to be fair, that's also smart thinking. Like, of course my character wouldn't worry about his criminal contact. When he promises 25 gold, which I promised him 2 wine and 5 gold. And basically not owning up to it when he's hunting down a person that's relatively obvious to find.
So you see, I fucked up.
No, I told him outright. You see,
I figured.
Don't give away my money. Yeah, I told him outright because I said he's used to this by now. He allowed me to promise him money when I didn't even have it at the time.
Blink, blink. All right.
Okay. And it just moves on. And
I figured it'd be like that.
And I'm legitimately going to like put the 2 wine, like the finest wines in front of him and the 5 gold there. And just leave. I'm at this point where my character gives 0 shits on what happens, 0 shits on what's gonna happen.
I'm the type of person. See, it's funny. I would like thinking about it. Obviously, different people would roleplay in a different way, and I would probably have a tendency to do like if I had made a deal with somebody and couldn't hold up to my end of the bargain, I would try and sweeten the deal for them. This is just me. I don't know how you would sweeten the deal with this situation.
Oh yeah, why don't you sweeten the deal? Why don't you tell me how much it hurt to fell on my fucking back 30 feet?
Well, no, I'm not saying to say that or to be told that. I'm just saying, like, in my mind, that's what I would do with my own violation or whatever the word is.
At this point, it's like, this is all I got. Take it or leave it.
Everybody roleplays their own way.
Because technically, I already swing the deal. He said, "Get me wine and 5 gold." So that would have been 15. I said, "I'll get you 2 wines and 5 gold." So.
Okay.
I already swinged that deal. So.
Nice.
It's one of the sense like, and plus he already allowed me to go get poison. So. That's.
Yeah, Dungeons & Dragons is one of those crazy ones. I look forward to eventually getting involved with that.
Listening to the entire campaign,
I'd probably be laughing my ass off.
Yeah, and you would also be laughing that I'm looking right at the player and saying, "You fucked up both of the fucking plans."
That's great. That's great. Does their character have low int or wisdom or something like that?
My character has 11. That's a.
Not your character, their character.
No.
Ah.
Their character is just. Their character has the same trait I do. If it's a plan, I'm gonna forget it.
Ah.
Except I have something that contradicts it. I go on my own plan. If it's a plan, I'm gonna forget it. So I'm forgetting your plan and going on my own plan.
Understandable. Understandable.
I'm just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to contradict you there. But the funniest moment was just straight up him almost getting out, like, you know, getting it. Yeah, it's someone getting caught. And then his foot just, like, catching the lip of the window, slamming his head, breaking his nose. This guy didn't just take bludgeoning damage. No, he took it 3 times. He took bludgeoning damage 3 times, got stabbed once, and then again. And he was left at 7 HP, at 4 HP.
Hello, assassin.
And then proceeds to go into death saving throws. And then there's me. You fell off the watchtower. How much damage do you take? You take 14. I have 11 health. Well, I'm in death saving throws.
You ever have one of those moments where you go, what was I doing on this mission? Because I saved it and I have no idea what I was doing. I think it was an assassination that I succeeded in.
Would make sense at this moment of time to be an assassination. I wanted it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And there's just me. Yeah, I reset. I already reset. This is the aftermath of my reset.
I just need to extract everybody. The extraction point's all the way over there.
Well, I'm legitimately like, my character, like I said, is just done with this shit.
That's glorious.
I'm definitely going to be that kind of player that if that character that I've vendetta with comes up with a plan, I'm like,
nope.
He has to persuade me.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful! I love to hear it. So yeah, that's pretty insane.
We went from
that stuff has gone that pear-shaped that fast.
We went to working together as a team to being at each other's throats.
It happens.
Yeah, I know it does. So.
Oh yeah, no, it is an assassination mission.
Well, isn't that fitting?
Hilarious. Hopefully mine will go a lot better than yours has.
Roll my d20s. I rolled a 19 and a 4.
That about figures.
That about evens out.
I will say no, I don't know if you did this today or what, but your day seemed eventful. My day involved waking up at 9:30 to go do a cleaning and get set up to do another, like, repair job on a cooler at a, like, little 7-Eleven type store. A convenience store. And, yeah, that was fun. Long story short, the little store that I was... Oh, I'm an idiot.
But I don't get players that like hold a vendetta for like how their employees play. It's like, in the end of the day, they're playing their character the way that they're playing it. You can be mad at the player, yeah, but don't like hold it. It's like more since like you're mad in the moment, and then you just all that anger goes to that character, not, you know.
Yeah, I think I've gotten a little bit better. Like, regarding the anger type thing, I've hopefully gotten a little bit better with anger towards certain situations in video games. Because, like, I have an issue where I have a tendency to, like, kind of dwell on stuff a little bit. Unfortunately.
Like I said, in the end of the day, that's just how D&D is.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, it also, other games have a tendency to be like that as well. So I've tried not to dwell on stuff. God, I just want to get people out.
It's just like, I'm gonna come up with a plan, and I'm gonna get my sweet, sweet, sweet revenge.
Revenge will be mine!
And what's funny, I didn't have to save his life. He got stabbed, and I distracted to save his life. I didn't have to. I chose to, because again, it's just like, I swear, if he says, but he has no recollection of it because he doesn't remember it, since he got knocked out too.
Oh, that's kind of funny. Short-term amnesia.
Yeah, so I'm the one holding the vendetta, and he has no idea. And I'm not gonna explain it to him. This is my.
But yeah, in the future I'll have to check out some more D&D stuff. I've been meaning to check out some of Arcadium stuff. Because I've seen a couple clips here and there. I've heard a lot about it.
I've known about some campaigns.
I'm just gonna go through and watch a handful of them. One of the one that I think there's one on literally right now that I want to get into watching. God, I'm annoyed right now about this situation that I'm dealing with in this game. One of my characters was just kidnapped. Not my character specifically, but one of my soldiers was kidnapped. I don't
Would
even
that
care.
cause a death, or would that just cause like, oh, they
No,
kidnapped,
we can
so
get
you
him
have to
back.
save
Because
them?
we can get him back, it's... Oh, if your character gets kidnapped, I think you'd have to reload.
I don't think so. I think the rule should be flat out of if you could get that character back. You have to reload if you don't do the saving mission. Like, you have to do it.
Yeah. Alright.
Well, it's like, have you ever seen someone accidentally light a bunch of fireworks? That's basically what happened.
No, luckily I haven't been in a situation where I've seen somebody accidentally, do that.
It's just, well, not like actually, but like, just imagine that. That's what happened. Fireworks are going off and you don't know where to run.
Alright, I've been pretty lucky so far. My character has dodged like every single shot that has been fired at them.
Just because you said that, your character's going to deal with a crit.
Kinda hope so now. I kinda want them to die so I can restart this mission.
Just restart it with Enchanter.
Face off, baby.
Oh, and don't worry. What, you know what makes that vendetta even better?
What?
That guy, that character, has a spy background.
Nice. I think I hit every single face-off shot.
Let me reiterate. My assassin hates the spy.
Alright. So I'm a little bit focus mode right now. Alright, anyways. Other things that have been going on this week,
I made it to floor 10 today, yesterday.
Yeah, you did make it to floor 10. I'm that's exciting. That's awesome to hear. Have you been using any other fighters or just your main?
That's my main. I still need to learn some of the matchups.
Understandable.
That's why I'm struggling, because there's some characters that just completely wipe me still. So, I'm trying to learn the matchups.
Yeah, that's completely understandable.
Since again, like, you don't really grow as a player if you don't bother learning matchups.
Well, that goes with any type of situation. If you don't learn mechanics of the characters, then you ain't gonna be good.
What I learned is I worked with what I had. So what I had was I had a decent understanding of the game, a decent mindset of the game, and then I learned how to do combos. Then I learned how to do more inputs, so I could do more stuff. And now I'm going to be learning how to do matchups, and I'm trying to do some learning advanced combos.
Sounds like a blast and a half.
Yeah, it's enjoyable because just with how much I'm doing, I'm not really bored per se, and it does pay off in the long run, like knowing matchups, because I already have a character that ironically, whenever I verse a grappler against a rushdown, which basically grapplers want to be point blank, rushdowns want to be point blank, they can like get into your face real fast. I actually beat that matchup almost consistently, which is ironic.
Nice.
So I'm decent at that, which is good. there's some other characters that I'm like decent. I do have some problem with some people that have more range than me, cause I can't really get in, and I'm trying to find ways I can. Or if I have to get in, I have to like work really hard just to get in. Compared to the guy that has more range than me, could just kind of zone me out.
Well, I mean, you'll figure out. I have
yeah.
confidence you'll figure it out.
I mean, I've been figuring out how the game works.
You are like literally, you've only had the game for what, a week and a half, 2 weeks?
A month.
Oh wow, geez, time has been going by fast. Still, the month isn't that long if you really break it down. Especially for a fighting game, it probably to learn a fighting game that well, it would probably take me like half a year to a year, and all I would have to do is play that game. But that's kind of just, I think, the way that my brain just works. You both suck.
With more
You're bad, and you should
out,
feel bad. My two characters that were shooting at the stun lancer, they both sucked at shooting the target because they missed. More characters come out, like they're continually releasing characters.
Yeah, there's a season pass with it. They're going to release another story mode, and they're going to release another apartment. I'm going to reload turn because I could have done that so much better.
That sounds familiar.
But they are releasing another character tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but on the 21st, I believe.
That season pass thing reminded me of something.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't really remind me of something. It's a good segue thing.
It doesn't bother me that as much as, say, like, since I also play Smash, right? And they've been releasing characters for going on 3 years.
Well, I'm alright with season passes and stuff like that if it has something to offer. Like, a perfect example of a season pass that makes no sense to exist is Control. Mind you, I really liked Control. Right? I had a blast and a half with that video game. The story's great.
The thing is,
mechanics were wonderful.
With fighting game season passes, there's always going to be something with
But they have a season pass for it, and it's like you only have 1 or 2 DLCs out, and you don't release them every single day. There's no reason for you to have a season pass, my guy. But for a fighting game, like you just said, it makes way more sense for there to be a season pass. Especially when it's one that releases content as often as Guilty Gear seems to be
releasing. That is
releasing
never going to happen in this game ever again.
Something just happened on your end?
2 grenades missed. Like a grenade missed 2 people.
Really?
That's never going to happen again in this game.
I've only seen that happen to 1 person. Everybody else always gets hit.
No, 2 people it missed 2 people.
That's kind of phenomenal.
Like I said, it's never going to happen in this game again.
With how many hours I've heard of people having, they probably experienced something along those lines without mods and stuff like that.
I don't think they've experienced the Evil Lord glitch yet.
I mean, there's a lot of people that play this game. On a
that was a special case.
Hold on, I got it all terribly fast to make sure that I'm actually showing the. Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't on my starting soon screen. But I've actually been keeping up with like news articles and stuff like that that have been coming out that we could discuss during these little things that we do. One of which, the one that's probably pretty obvious, is the Skyrim releasing for the 14th time or whatever it is. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't mind Skyrim.
Thank you.
I'm just tired of it being released.
Well, see, here's why I'm okay with it. I'm more than okay with it because if
You're
you
okay
want
with it, it's fishing.
Well, yes, true. I'm a little bit biased, and I'm gonna say this outright. I'm biased about Skyrim releasing again, and I'm okay with it because they're finally releasing it with fishing. So I'm a little bit biased, but at the same time, I was thinking about it, and like, I don't think I heard anybody complain when they were gonna do a remaster or whatever of Grand Theft Auto 3. Was it 3? 3 Vice City and San Andreas.
I was complaining about it.
You were?
I was complaining about no GTA 5 remake.
Oh, GTA 5. Well, see, the reason I don't have problems with that anymore is I came to this realization of like,
Rockstar's is gonna keep on releasing.
Every company's gonna do that. Not just Rockstar. Every company's gonna release the games that they create that are popular as much as they possibly can, because it will make them. Yes.
Fantasy just re-released all their mainline games. So.
And it's gonna make them a shit ton of money.
I mean, yes. I mean, to be fair, Power Washing Simulator made them a shit ton of money.
But the reason I'm bringing this up is because I can't really fault a company for doing a good business decision and going, hey, should we keep releasing a game for newer generation consoles,
Diablo 2.
or should we just not release this game, sit on our ass while we're working on other games, and not make any money? Because really, what else are they... What?
Yeah, speaking of releases, Diablo 2.
That's getting another release?
Yep, Resurrection.
Of course.
Yep.
But every
Blizzard
game... Every game company's gonna do that.
I'm not talking about Blizzard Live. I'm staying far away from that.
I'm the kind of person that I'm okay with talking about whatever. Hell, there's a part of me that's wanting to do a little segment where I am chill. Like, I've literally thought about this. I thought about on the weekend, like, not going live, but doing a 30-minute YouTube video type thing where I talk about some of the shit that's been going on with other companies making certain decisions.
So I want you to guess how long Arachne and Yes Priest are out for.
3 months.
No.
Real talk? Okay. They're gonna be out for 21 and 17 days respectively.
21 days for Arachne, 29 days for Priest.
Damn, I was close. I got the first one right.
Yeah, you got Queen, but that's it. Queen.
Okay, hold on. The way you said that, like you're disappointed. Can we just break down the fact I made a off the wall guess of 21 and 17 in a game where you can get a critical injury and be only out for 3 days in some cases?
Can I also point out that I predicted when 3 things were going to get executed? One of them was a
Let me have this, damn it!
You want to step on my turf, huh?
No, just one thing. Let me have it.
I love how you're just like, oh, I got him in this. I'm like, do you forget about... Fuck, I forgot Mind Shields. Don't worry about it, Tim. I forgot Mind Shields. Don't worry about it, Tim. I forgot Mind Shields.
You fucking X. Yes, I didn't forget about that. That's why I said let me have this.
Fine, Grant. Fine. I'm gonna see if Queen will do it. Queen executes legit.
That wasn't a clip. I need to go back and find. Oh god, the amount of content I'd have to go through.
I don't think that VOD exists anymore, but probably is in YouTube's.
I hope I put it up on YouTube.
Yeah, because that's definitely a clip, and I think I clipped it.
The problem is, in order to make it the way that I would want to make it, it would basically be that sequence, a skip. All right, well, let's see if he was right. Execution, and then just perfectly cut off moment right there. I think that what I'd have to go back and download the videos just to get those little scenes. Whatever, maybe I'll do that in the future.
And then after a few runs, Queen became the terror of the Chosen.
Your whole squad became ridiculous. Everybody's squad had their moments. Yours was you had moments in every single game.
For a goddamn run.
I had to bench your squad for a run.
Even then, you didn't really bench them.
True.
They came back, and they came back swinging.
I will say,
If you say so.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm a dumbass.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
I mean, yes, that's why the derp command exists, but I'm saying this because I had a moment in this game where it showed me a tree, and in my brain went, the assassin's over there. And I just played the thing how I normally would, and then the assassin got revealed at the tree where I was like, the assassin's over there. And I'm like, oh, because I moved everybody in positions that make no sense for what I'm about to be doing. Great. Wonderful.
But it's just I guarantee you 110% after I cursed your stream that one time, you didn't expect all that shit to happen.
No, I think that was my first actual playthrough of the game at that point.
And you're just no, I remember it vividly. The cocky fucking sound that you had.
No, I remember too, trust me, I'm well aware of how I was oh, I got this in the bag.
I got this, I never had a bad day in this game yet.
And then the day was the worst day I had on my... It was my first playthrough, too.
And then I say, hi, I have words to
And I was
say.
like, take it back! Take your curse back! Why you?
It's like, yeah, fine, if you make me a character.
That was actually how the custom character started too. That's kind of funny.
Custom characters were in there, but that's how the RP also started, because I started at the same stream.
The RP, custom characters, a lot of stuff kind of got started from those moments.
That stream too.
Well, it was a team effort on that one.
It was a team effort.
You definitely had
I had the final blow. That's still one of my favorite moments. All the that's like an anime moment there.
True.
Proceeds to be like, oh, you killed Pokemon Master. Proceeds to execute in this second shot to
it was so perfect. It was like it almost felt like it could have been scripted, you know? Like if somebody were to take that sequence of events and make it into an animated thing, it would fit perfectly. Or make a movie out of it, it would fit perfectly.
And this thing is like, the first shot executed. The second shot was to make sure. Like it wasn't just, oh, they got the kill. No, executed.
And it was funny because at some point, I don't know if I did this off stream or what, but I went back and I did a couple like little experimentations just to see. That execution wasn't guaranteed. Like it was amazing how things just so happened to line up like that. Yep.
And you can't recreate those moments.
Speaking of like the stars aligning to make moments that you can't recreate. But this moment is a recreated moment. The thing though is it's not a moment that was recreated. In the sense of like, oh yeah, no, I'm doing the same thing that happened, but the moment when it first happened was phenomenal. I knew what was going to happen when I first saw it. So let me just set up the scene for you. An individual is playing Metal Gear Solid for the first time casually on stream, right? If you don't know, there's this one sequence that a lot of people dislike. I'm one of these people that really dislike the sequence, wherein you have to go up this tower, come across this level 6 door. You can't get through this level 6 door because it's frozen, and you have to proceed to make your way the rest of the way up the tower, and then like rappel down, and then blow up the frozenness of the door from the other side, right? And that's kind of like hard, like it's coded in there. That's the only way it works. Well, this individual who was having trouble with this scene leaned up against the wall, took damage, and somehow phased through the door, right? I saw that and I immediately started freaking out because I was like, the speedrunning community is gonna freak out. Not like 20 minutes after I thought that, people were freaking out about it. And it knocks apparently 2 minutes and 30 seconds off of the speed run.
It's a lot of time.
And it's something that could be reliably duplicated. But the moment of her figuring it out and like, she didn't even know what she did. She was just so excited because she didn't have to do that dumb sequence again, at least to her. And I was like, oh my god, speedrunners. And speedrunners rejoiced for a 23-year-old game that they had never figured that out before. Like, it just so happened she leaned up against the door, got shot, and because her hitbox went through the door.
Because so hitbox has priority in that game then.
Apparently it does. I'll have to send you a link to the clip of what happened, like what they did.
But another moment that can never be recreated, and ironically, well, not ironically, it also happened to my squad. Me teleporting down.
Oh yeah,
that's never gonna get recreated.
I still think the sequence of events of like, there's been so many times where I made a comment, and you, being the smartass that you are, immediately responded in the negative of my comment, which my comments are always like, you're gonna die, we're all gonna die, we're doomed, and your comment is immediately, nah, we're fine, or I got this, and then proceeds to do exactly that.
And then Toombs proceeds to reaction as, what the fuck?
The one time I've ever thrown my headphones off.
Was that execution?
No, it wasn't just the execution, it was the execution followed by the other prediction, followed by the other predicted execution. And it was like,
Ow.
After spending 500 to 600 hours in that game with those mods, I realized that, yeah, execution had its moments. Like, there are so many things that I will never forget because of the executions, right? Like,
if we talk about the special run, Evil Lord will still be missed in that timeline. The best sniper known to XCOM in that run.
oh god,
Holy shit!
I think they missed one shot the entire run.
Missed one or two. Like they're going to be missed because they weren't just a good sniper; they were the sniper.
I've never had a sniper. I don't think I've had anybody that accurate ever before.
You also didn't have someone deal 49 damage with a crit.
Yeah, it's been
Evil Lord has taken a lot of medals. A lot of medals.
oh god, I might have to go. I might have to stream in the inevitability that I decide to like make more content from my older stuff. We'll have to go on YouTube and I'll have to go through all that. Also, greetings and good day, Jazz Lorenko. Sorry.
So
Nobody's hacking. Nobody's hacking. But it's just referencing older stuff.
You could legitimately go into VODs and make a compilation of Evil Lord Squad and just say what the
Well, it's
fuck.
not just that, it's moments in general. And I'm thinking about, like, sequences where I'm saying something, you respond in kind, or anybody responds in kind. Just, oh my god. And then, War Dog Leader getting their shit kicked in every other mission,
Becoming
but still...
a fucking tank.
But still, the fact that they, like, give as good as they got was insane. One health and one HP in a dream.
Well, my squad was seen as DPS squad. Storms was seen as a special unit. Because his special units were fucking something else. And War Dogs was seen as the tanks.
You know what else is funny? I'm starting to have the realization that, first of all, I forgot about the assassin being in this game. I don't think I killed the assassin.
Hi, assassin. I don't know. You're just giving me more time. Don't worry. Thanks. Thank you.
Second of all, at some point I do need to get back into I need to get a couple of mods sorted out because I want to do another run of XCOM, a modded run, obviously, because I don't think I can go back to unmodded, at least not for a while.
No,
oh,
I mean,
fuck you and your Harbor Wave, assassin.
There's so many moments. Again, another moment that can't be recreated is you guys saying, "Tomb," and I quote, "Stellaris has basically no luck in it."
You're never gonna let me live that down.
You're not gonna. I'm gonna make sure of it. Because that was the biggest kick in the fucking.
What do you mean, Jazz? Like, what is our favorite class in the game?
Rangers.
Or... No, fuck you and your fish. Oh god, that.
Or that moment that says, "Greetings and good day, Grantkirkland." Is not just...
Yeah, no, it was greetings and good day, Grant. What? Anyways, greetings and good... What the hell is going on? Because what happened is, I saw a flash on the screen when I looked over to the chat, and I was like... Did I just see, like, the screen wig out a little bit? No, I guess not. It must be in my imagination. Whatever. I think it took me 3 or 4 times before I was finally able to actually greet you properly, because that glitch occurred. And it really sucks that I couldn't figure out a way to get the whole run on, because I think that's lost to time. That event is lost to time, I think.
But,
Unless that was a part of the 15 hours video that I uploaded. Because I uploaded, like... the final 3 chapters or whatever of Final Fantasy 15.
It seemed at the very beginning.
Yeah, it was. That's a shame and a half.
Is, like, it's crazy to really think of, like, when you say to a person, like, when a person says, "Oh yeah, I like causing chaos," it's like, other people, haha, that's funny.
Yeah, no, that's how I was when I first met you.
Yeah, and then you realized. True.
Okay, classes that I personally like the most, even with modding. I'm not gonna count modding because I haven't really done... I've done one full modded run, and I'm not that familiar with the classes. Unmodded, my favorite class... I immediately want to say Reaper.
Oh well, I know why, because it saved your fucking ass.
Because
anyways.
Reapers are overpowered, and
They are.
they're very gimmicky and like glitchy. Like if you get a Reaper with a vector rifle that has an extended clip, a repeater,
In the race.
and it's not even just that. It's also like you could literally kill. Like say if you could probably kill every single one of the, what are they called? The avatars on the final mission. And yes, it is one of those situations where the only reason I won the last race was because of that exploit that I was utilizing, basically.
And I had to reset 3 times.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad we've gone from like actual like competitive in quotation marks race to more of a casual chit chat like this.
But there's so many moments that like there's not really a shot that why the Blame Command is still around. It's still there and probably will never leave.
Oh, good. I'm glad you were confused the first time you showed up. Because that just means I'm doing my job. Were you entertained though? Were you entertained though?
Entertained.
That's my only thing. When you first showed up, oh no, Grant isn't using mods or hacking for the win. We're technically like this is a race, yes, but at this stage it's less of a race, more of a podcast where we just shoot the shit.
We're just talking shit.
Talking about like the fact that they're releasing Skyrim for the 13th or 14th time, which fun fact, that's actually one more time than Resident Evil 4 has been released. Resident Evil 4
4 got released on PS4, did it not?
Yeah, but it hasn't been released on 5 yet, I don't think. Keyword yet.
Yes. Yeah, I know.
And honestly, it's one of those situations where it does kind of suck that they're doing that, but at the same time, I can't really fault a company for doing that because it makes them money.
It's more in the sense like I'm just not going to bother.
Well, I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to praise it. I look at it this way though. There are people out there who probably, I don't know how, but I would bet money there are people out there
every time it gets re-released
that that have never played Skyrim. Don't know anything about Skyrim. They just know the memes, they know of it, they just don't know the game or anything like that.
Wait, are you counting Skyrim VR?
As a release, yes. Like, the game fully released as a separate thing. I'm pretty sure we would count Skyrim VR.
You know what's a game that doesn't make sense on console?
I was gonna say Atari, but no, what?
No. The Witcher on the Switch.
Does it even run?
It does. Shitly, but it does. That Doom Eternal also runs on the Switch. Shitly.
I mean, that's impressive in of itself. The fact that it runs at all. I get that it runs.
Yeah,
shitly.
but the graphics are like probably really toned down.
I mean, people played Cyberpunk 2077, and that was basically like playing a worse version of San Andreas.
But okay, so let's just point this. Let's just put this into like realization. One campaign, I nearly died and I bled out.
I fucking hate the assassin.
I nearly died and almost bled out. Right? That's one campaign. That was the first campaign. After I also 1v1'd a egg.
True.
Second run, I become the most overpowered ranger. And then it starts going. Third run, I died.
Honestly, no. The first run, I think was the most ridiculous run, because that was where it all started. That was like the origin story. If we wanted to talk about Evil Lord as if they were a comic book character, we would start with the origin story.
Yeah, how he was a villain and became a hero. He was a villain because he cursed the stream.
Well, it was less of a, more of an anti-hero. Let's go with anti-hero.
Yeah, I mean, he still kind of is, to be honest.
I love the little in-game lore I created for everybody's, like, stuff. I'm happy with that, how it all got started. All your characters are demons. You decided to actually take the, exotic souls.
I just got magnetic weapons inspired.
Oh god, that's right, you've been resetting. No, see, here's the thing. It might be hard to believe, but no, regardless of what you might think, Grant is not cheating. They are just...
Lucky.
Like, imagine if a horseshoe and a four-leaf clover had a kid. That's
Oh,
kind
don't
of...
forget the rabbit's foot's their
Yep, the uncle.
father, like kind of like, you know, I shall take care of the kid if you're not there.
Exactly. So imagine that scenario, because that is kind of whatever that is, that creation, that rubbed up against Grant, and now he is like both ends of the luck, the good and the bad, of course. Everybody gets good and bad luck, but his seems to be primarily focused on the chaotic variation.
Everyone on Friday the 13th. Oh damn, my day sucks. Me. Oh, I just got sick.
To me, okay, I never understood stuff like that, because to me it's just another day. It might seem like, I think people have a tendency to make a day negative or positive. Like, I've thought about it, and a lot of the time people are like, man, I hate Mondays, and I think they turn the Monday bad, right?
Well, the thing is, like, I believe in luck and shit like that because, well, duh, it's me. So yeah, Friday the 13th, it did give me bad luck. My stomach was killing me that entire day.
True, true. But, oh, really? You don't have any LOS? Son of a bitch.
But there's also a bunch of stuff that's also convenient, like, oh, me and Toon talk about Titanfall 2. I look at Steam.
I might play Apex.
I have Apex. I'm just pointing that out.
Tell me you would be wanting to team up without telling me you wanted to team up.
Hey, fuckface, we're going to go into Apex. Let's do this shit.
You almost made me choke on my water, you ass.
I didn't tell you that we're gonna team up.
Oh my god. No, I've been thinking about it. I'm like, man, I just don't feel like playing Warzone right now. I think I get too competitive with it.
This is my opinion on Warzone. This is my humble opinion. It's a sweaty fucking game.
Yeah, like I've noted, like I was playing it a while back off stream, like a while back. It's one of the reasons why I uninstalled it. And it's not even that it's not fun. I have a good time, but then I come across people that are like, even in my lobbies, and I'm not a very good player. Even in my lobbies, you have the sweats that are wearing the skin where you can't see, and like, if there's a minuscule amount of shade, you can't see dick. And they're like, wearing that. Not to mention the fucking hackers. I mean, mind you, they're adding an anti-cheat, but...
Your assassin teleports in my game.
I literally just killed the assassin.
Oh, are you joking? Nah. This assassin's a bitch.
No, when did that happen? Did that happen like a millisecond ago?
Yeah, she just teleported in here.
I literally killed her, and right after you said that,
into my game.
Right after I killed her, you said that. The timing on that was impeccable.
Okay, so guess what she is? I hate these two
Overwatch doesn't work on her, and missed shots regenerate health or whatever.
Can enter Overwatch upon ending their turn. This chosen does not trigger Overwatch or reaction power.
Oh, that's...
And her weakness is bullshit too. Takes additional damage from 3+ attacks in a single turn.
On the assassin? That's probably one of the worst assassins to get. Right there.
And I don't have my skirmisher. He got killed.
Oh yeah.
Clicker's down on the count. I love how they clicker just to spite.
You know what? I think I'm going to do I did say the last time I was playing XCOM, when I do a full modded run, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna look into the lore of Warhammer a little bit more than I already have.
Jazz, if you're still in the stream, can you roll a d20 for me?
And exclamation point, D20.
Evens I reset, odds I don't.
Oh god. But I think I'm gonna do a full Warhammer campaign with the orcs as the Lost. Have you heard about that mod?
Let me know when Jazz rolls.
It's a 13.
Oh, I don't reset. I have to suffer.
Why are we still here?
I have to suffer.
Just
I
to
swear,
suffer.
If I flawless this assassin, I'm gonna be blasting my ass off.
I would too.
I have zero hope for this assassin. But that means the hunter and the warlock are going to be nice to fight. Like, fuck.
Well, the hunter's always nice to fight. You're gonna get the most aggressive hunter we've ever seen.
No. He's a drunker. How aggressive can it truly be? I love how that became a meme. And
I
it's so a
know,
meme now.
but it's like one of those memes that's like known by the entire community of XCOM. Like everybody has the same opinion. Either you hate. I have come across one person.
You either hate the hunter or you love him.
No, I've come across one person that was like, the hunter's the worst out of all the chosen. I could beat the assassin, the warlock easy, but I have the most trouble with the hunter. And every single comment to that person was like, "Are you high right now?" Because
Hunter's like, hunter's easy mode, dude.
and I'm not saying that to be insulting. The hunter's fun, and yeah, he can be difficult, but I think I've lost one person against the hunter in the entire 700 whatever hours of gameplay that I have in this game.
Yeah, he's really not, because his attacks, he doesn't even really shoot at you. He just like does tracking shots.
Yeah, and then when he gets close, he shoots at you with the pistol, and most of the time
It's like,
most of the time you don't die from the pistol, you get bleed out, and you could save your people.
yeah, so it's like, yeah, okay, like, you're
It
like
almost-
as threatening
it's-
as the warlock
It's
is.
almost like somebody made the hunter for the journalist that would play the DLC. And the other two were like
Hey, don't worry.
for everybody else.
If you believe what the journalist says, then Devil May Cry 5 has terrible music.
The fucking, well, that's because they're, but like, okay, let me just talk about the horrible skill level of journalists. Nothing wrong. I have nothing negative to say about a journalist's career, especially concerning that like, you do you. The problem is when they blame their own ineptability of the gameplay
You mean bad?
on the developers. Like
Here's the
Cuphead.
thing.
A fucking, like, I know it's a meme, but like, you couldn't get past the tutorial level, my guy. Like, what?
That's an easy fucking tutorial.
Hello?
But what's funny is, so Devil May Cry, my friend asked me this, right? It's like, hey, does Devil May Cry 5 have like progressive music for if you're doing better, the music gets better?
Oh god.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Oh, okay, that explains it, because the journalist said that Devil May Cry 5 had terrible music.
That would be one of the most embarrassing things to figure out, you know? To make
It's
a
like-
whole article. That article now lives forever on the internet. But to make an
Yeah,
article like that, and then find
Yeah, 'cause,
out,
like, lyrics don't come in till I think A rank or something.
and to find out, can't you get like triple S or something like that?
Yeah, triple S.
Yeah.
Super, smoking style set to, or something like that. I haven't played DMC for a while because I'm still waiting for my PS5. Then I'm playing Devil May Cry 5 again.
Man, I'm gonna wait for a while to get a PS5. I mean,
again, that's the one game I have already lined up for me. So
for me, what am I gonna get?
I
Probably,
have the disc and everything. I'm just waiting.
probably the new God of War is gonna be why I get.
I think
The
it's best to
PS5.
like hold off and buy the console edition, because they're. You saying they're not going to make a console for God of War Ragnarok is.
No, I never said that, did I?
No, it's just some people are going to assume that, and when in reality, they're gonna. That's like not making a console for a new Final Fantasy. That they're gonna.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I would see. I'm not really like. This is gonna sound weird, but I'm not the type. Like, I don't have a collector's mindset. Like, the only thing I collect, and I haven't really been searching for any other, is coins. I collect some coins, and I haven't collected coins for like 5 years. Right? I've never. I don't have a collector's mindset anymore. So like, if I get a PS5 digital edition, which is probably what I'm gonna go for, in all honesty, I'd be happy with that.
I do have a collector's mindset, so my brain's like, I must have both.
Ah, I got you.
I must have.
I was
both.
gonna ask what your opinion is on the difference between digital and
My
disc.
brain would work like this. Okay, I'm just gonna use my disc games on the disc one and my digital games on the digital one. Cause
It's kind of
fuck you,
funny
I
you
have-
say that because I used to be of the mindset of why the hell would you ever go with digital, right? Like that's like for some reason what I always thought. And then I started realizing,
started actually
wait,
going
in the
digital?
comfort of my own home, I could purchase a video game.
play it
Oh,
at the minute it drops.
yeah, it was my favorite. My favorite fucking birthday I've had was the 2018. Oof. Give me a moment. I need to take the moment to like just come with the terms of how long ago that was, which it wasn't that long ago at all. It feels like it was an eon ago, right? It was 2018 when God of War came out, right?
Yeah, it was 2018.
Now, I got a weird combination of it felt like yesterday and it felt like an eon ago. Anyways,
because the posting of the OG God of War.
I did a little bit. Anyways, my favorite birthday was getting a bottle of booze, explaining to my dad why we don't have to go anywhere because I own the game already, and my dad's like, what do you mean you own the game already? I'm like, well, digitally you can purchase the game, download it right there, and just play it. And they had the same realization I had.
I'm gonna tell you this because this was in your fate. The assassin already sent 2 of my guys and bleeding out.
Oh God, no.
Shut the fuck up, assassin bitch, before I reset this game and shove a clicker up your ass.
The assassins. I think
Okay.
the warlock. You know what? I'll admit it. The warlock has gone from my least favorite to number 2. I hate the assassin now because of the guerrilla tactics she has.
The warlock is not. People saying that. Oh, and don't worry. My other 2 people, one's panicking and one's at 1 HP.
The warlock's bad, but when you break it down, the warlock is just a
He's
buffed
not
up
that bad.
sectoid. I mean, to me, he's bad. Once you start to learn the
People think
warlock,
that,
it's like,
like-
a fucking specter is more threatening than the warlock.
He just has a bunch of mind shit. That's all, and you move on past that.
Yeah, once you start to figure out the mechanics of what they do, hell, apparently the AI prioritizes psionic abilities more so than it does actual attacking. Because I had some characters that should have gotten absolutely wrecked by him,
Yeah,
but
he
he,
barely uses his AR.
yeah,
And the sat thing is just, fuck you. I'm saying this now, if this gets wiped out, I'm fucking mulliganing it and I'm resetting.
hey, you do you. Honestly, at this stage, as long as you're having fun, that's all that really is my concern.
Looks like they called in some friends. 1-5, we're picking up an enemy transport.
And the assassin just blinded one of my guys. Oh, great.
Probably think this
This is my
song is about
punishment for not streaming it.
you're so vain. Can you hear that?
I'm more insensitive, just frothing in my own.
Okay, I'll take that as a you can't hear that. Somebody just passed by outside my house. Literally, their music's so loud, I could feel my whole room vibrating.
That's when you stand up and just say, "Party!" Just scream.
But yeah, there's this mod that turns the Lost into
Hey, Tomb?
gun-wielding
It's been an hour
orcs.
since we started.
Has it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has. No shit.
Baseless kills.
So it turns the traditional Lost into individuals with guns. It doesn't reduce the numbers of the Lost, by the way.
And my last person just got dazed for 4 turns.
Are you talking about the mod that I was just referencing? Because I don't have a modded run right now. I'm not using mods, which
Yeah,
It's-
no, we
it's
both
funny
agreed on
how I
that.
literally just said it'll be a while before I play an unmodded run as I'm playing an unmodded run. Let's run that back, shall we?
Well, your brain is saying fuck off. I don't want
In a Monday through Thursday, I'm gonna play a
And-
game like the main game on stream without having like this little chat going on.
You want to
that'll
know
be
how my
modded
entire
runs.
run ended, Tom?
How the run ended?
A zombie that was a psionic, after my person was dazed, got a 7 critical.
Holy crap. That's rough.
To the reset. No shot.
Okay.
And the thing is, just I know what you're probably thinking. It's like
The
oh,
resets.
well,
What is this,
yeah,
the 5th or 6th one?
7th, I think. Fuck.
I still don't have any confidence. This is the bad problem. I don't have any confidence.
Wait.
I still feel like you can catch up.
Are we putting that rule in?
What?
I said if you complete all these, like all the stuff,
Yes. That rule exists. Yes.
and you're on the final mission, I can legitimately reset going rookie.
Yep.
Are you on the final mission?
Nope.
Reset commander.
The way that you know how I'm ridiculously slow with video games. Like
I know,
I've made a 7 Days to Die series. You've been in a couple of streams, and the series on my archive stream, my archive YouTube, is Mega Build. I have literally yesterday, I just started actually working on the Mega Build,
and
it's been like a week and a half since I started that series.
The thing is, with that whole rookie thing, that means even if he has super bosses left, if he's on that final mission, like if he's able to play the final mission, I could legitimately just switch rookie, and he has to keep on going onto missions to get that final boss, like to get those super bosses gone.
And it's not like I'm not gonna do one of, like, if it comes up naturally, I'll do it. I'm not gonna try and like, oh, let me finish everything and then do that. I kind of actually want to get to where I can do the final mission and then try and take on all the
and you want to see if I could.
Yeah. In all honesty, I kind of want to forgo taking out the chosen all them. Want to get to the final mission and be like, all right, let's do everything else and see if you can beat me before I could kill the bosses. Basically, it'll be boss rush. It'll be a boss rush.
Meanwhile, do we want to forego me having to do all the chosen son?
Yeah, you just gotta get to the credits.
Have to beat it. I just have to beat the game.
You just have to get to the credits. You're probably gonna. I'll be like finishing up with the final chosen. You'll be like, done.
It's like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, I also took out the assassin because I wanted Irashi.
True.
Just to rub salt into the fucking wound. I just wanted the Irashi. What's funny is the assassin's the most hated, but has the best fucking weapons.
Isn't that how it like always works out in video games? The most hated enemy is like the one that drops the best gear. That's why they're one of the most hated at some situations.
Okay, so a part of me is going to do this. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to practice how fast I can beat this game in rookie today. You tell me when you're on that final mission, and then I do a for real run on rookie.
Okay, that's fine with me.
I'm going to just start practicing, because I feel like no point of actually going into a real thing if I'm just going to do that reset.
Yeah.
I just want to see if I can practice it.
That is absolutely fine with me.
Fuck it. This is going to be a real.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. God, that's
gonna,
become one of my favorite memes.
You wanna know what my crap So I said this while I was at the DM table with my friend getting 3-4 excessive rolls on getting to the Baron, and guess what I said? They have us in the first half.
Memes. Oh, I love memes.
They had us in the first half.
As soon as you said that, I knew exactly what you were talking about.
They had us in the first half, and then it went to shit. Because it's not D&D unless everything goes to shit.
I gotta look up to see what memes occurred this year, because I haven't really been paying attention to that.
You got to do XCOM UFO Defense as one of the game soundtracks.
Oh shit!
I'm doing that as I'm practicing.
Nice. Oh, fun fact. I've decided this weekend I'm purchasing a Skyrim Special Edition. I mean, I wonder why that is. And I'm also gonna purchase Fallout 4 with all the Game of the Year edition.
You should purchase Guilty Gear because it has fishing.
Give me 1 second.
I can explain the fishing if you want. is this Bob? Why is this good?
All right, I'm back.
Dude, you should actually listen to the UFO Defense soundtrack.
I think I have UFO Defense. I own it on Steam, I think.
It's actually really good. It's such a good soundtrack. What
I
the
might
fuck?
play that game. Instead of playing XCOM 2, I might just go XCOM War UFO Defense. I might play that. I've never really did a full playthrough of it.
It's the hardest one, I think. Okay, so
Now you really got my interest because I love that kind of shit.
it's actually like hard. They can invade your base and shit like that.
I'll have
Like,
to
freely.
play it.
They don't need information. They can just do it whenever they fucking want.
Sure, you're telling
But,
me there's not a chance of winning. Okay, good to know.
Let me roll to see how high your chances are. You're going to be rolling at disadvantage. You got 5. Your other number was a 19, but disadvantage.
Well, yeah, I know how disadvantage. I know a lot of the mechanics of D&D. Implementing them though.
So, basically, Guilty Gear does have fishing. You want me to explain it?
I mean, I'm the type of person that if the fishing mechanic is literally press a button, cast your pole, press a button to catch the fish, that satisfies me.
Wait, seriously?
I'm fucking
then you'll
weird.
love it.
I'm fucking
love it.
weird.
You
Like,
wanna know what the fishing was?
what?
You wanna know how you get items for your fucking gallery?
Oh, okay.
You fish for them.
That's
You swim
great.
and fish, and you get 10 items, and you can get rare fish to guarantee an item for the next fish.
That's great.
Yeah, it's not great when you get 10 rare fish because you already got half of the fucking gallery. And you're after one song, and you still haven't fucking got it. After you've already spent 256,000 money in that game.
Oh god. Oh
I've
god.
got every other song I love except that song. So I blast that song on Spotify when I play matches.
That's great.
I love the song, but fuck, it just won't give it.
The song
It
doesn't
knows.
love you in that game.
No, it knows. The game fucking knows I want it.
Yeah, all games can hear you. All games are like that.
Yeah, no shit. Have you seen how games treat me?
I mean, you've seen how games treat me when I'm playing it and I say something and then immediately
Yeah, Ellie
like,
pushes you off the plank.
oh, I hated that. I didn't like what? Games. Like, especially this game, I'll say the worst case scenario that could happen is this. And then that worst case scenario proceeds to happen.
Wow, playing on rookie feels so much better. Holy fuck, it just feels more fun. But I wanted it to be fair. That's the thing, like, this, in the end of the day, even though they were just shooting shit and stuff like that, this is still technically a race.
Yeah.
So I wanted it to be fair, like, okay, I have to complete the fucking game while you just had complete super bosses.
I'm all over it.
And I'm just gonna say this flat out, since I'm on rookie, the only restriction I have is I can't fucking use other special units besides the skirmisher. Is that fair?
Yeah. Pretty much same general as we've had, and then
I can use any nades, I can use as many attachments as I want.
yeah.
I just have to get to the end.
That's
it's
fine
like
with me
basically-
because it's basically you at disadvantage the entire run.
Yes, and if I beat you, it's kind of well deserved in a way.
Yes, I'm okay
It
with that.
shows I play this game pretty fast.
I mean,
And I'm not using that stupid glitch where you just fucking save and quit, save and quit.
that's dumb. I've
It's a
watched that
dumb
speed run. I
glitch.
can't watch that speed run because it gives me a headache based on how much screen change there is.
It's not fun to watch.
See, there are certain speed runs where shit can go wrong
Devil May Cry
are fun to
speedruns
me.
are funny.
There's
Devil
not
May
like
Cry- those ones are fun.
nothing can go. I don't think I've seen any. The only thing that could go wrong is like a soft lock or a glitch or something like that. Nothing
Yeah,
that,
that's
like
it.
gameplay
It's a
can go wrong.
It's a guarantee win.
I love watching a speed run where like if I don't get this jump, run reset, run's dead.
I love the Dark Souls speedruns.
Dark Souls speed runs. Sometimes I have to look away because it makes my brain hurt.
Of how good they're doing.
Not even how good they're doing, about like what they're doing, like the death camera stuff that they do sometimes. It makes my brain go, ow, ow, ow.
So with XCOM UFO Defense, it has like that old school like pixel rock.
Yes.
So it's like, yeah, feels great. I went flawless on my
Gatecrasher.
yeah, flawless. Oh thank goodness.
I love how everybody
No.
hates Gatecrasher.
Yeah, cause like it can really fuck you over. Like, a
Well,
lot.
it's like
Moving to designated coordinates.
the way that it is.
What if I beat the game twice?
That
If you say so.
would be both amazing, and there would be a part of my brain that would be like, you are just complete and utter trash. You're bad, and you should feel bad to yourself, obviously.
Cause it's like, then again, it's also the sense of I still find that fucking funny. Just like, they're still looking Solaris.
I'll never get over that. That's like immediately open mouth insert foot too, because I'm like, I actually thought about it too. I planned it all out. I didn't do any research, but I was like, statistically, like I looked at the statistics in my head of like how big the smallest world you could create is. I thought about the process of the galaxy creation. I thought about this, and I went, okay. Statistically, the only feasible way for luck to be effective is for the exact scenario that happened to happen. Like, the only way we get fucked is for what happened in our Stellaris game to happen. And it fucking did!
Mind
Like,
you, I skipped the tutorial too.
The chances of that ever occurring again are so astronomical, but I wouldn't be surprised if we started up
Watch it
another
happen
game.
again next
I was
run.
just about to say, if we started another run, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened to you, or the reverse happened to us. We get locked behind the ancient badass, and they won't let us pass through their territory. And you have the whole galaxy to explore.
Oh, I didn't even need the whole galaxy. To
I know
explore.
you
I
didn't.
legitimately could- I
You were
had
gonna
hours,
build
man.
tall instead of wide.
I'm gonna build a fucking army, and by the time that you had to deal with the final boss of the game, basically, and you come at me after I already kind of whittled down your forces, I would already sent like probably like a quarter of my forces to go help them. Then you come to me and just like,
It was a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because in order to face up against that entity that was your ally, you would need to have like an alliance with a lot of other ships or a ridiculous late game force to fight them. And by then you would also have a ridiculous late game force because you kind of probably would have figured out the mechanics and figured out how to build
I
tall.
was figuring out that game pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's not a very difficult game to figure out. Speaking of games that take place in outer space, one of the free games that I got from Epic was Rebel Galaxy. I've been thinking about checking that out on stream. There's so many. The amount of games I have to check out on stream is ridiculous, and it's growing every single day.
But the thing is, like, I don't know what it is with me, but I pick up games really quickly.
I think I pick up
Like,
games
I-
fast, but not as quickly as you seem to pick them up. You seem to be like, I played the game for 5 minutes. I now know everything to know about this game. Smile.
Yeah, I know what to do. Like, you know Champion Gundyr in Dark, like, you know how there's like Gundyr, the beginning boss and shit like that.
You one-shot it?
No, I could just parry everything he does, and not miss a beat. So
That's awesome.
when it came to the upgraded variant of Champion Gundyr, where he does more attacks, I straight up said this just to be a show off. I parried his entire moveset and didn't take any fucking damage and killed him by parrying. It was 14 parries.
Parrying in those games is overpowered.
It is, but it's also like you have to learn you have to like kind of like tell yourself, say, fuck it, I'm learning this game.
You know what's hilarious? I played through the
You have to
entirety of
learn.
Dark Souls 1 with minimal parries, and I beat the final boss by parrying.
So, ain't that ironic?
And the best part, it wasn't the run that I killed him, but I got pissed off and he come to charge after me, and I was like, fuck you, and I parried him and stabbed him, and I was like, oh, you're doomed now. I just realized what your weakness is.
Yeah, it's a fucking bare hand.
If you want to know the truth about the Templars,
Because you could parry with with nothing.
completely mad. Yes, we've all seen their power.
But I got really used to using my knife, and so I started like, you saw the clip with Dancer and shit like that, because I definitely showed it. But the precision that I need to like remember patterns for those games is insane. It's not even funny at the point of like, oh, he's just using a knife and blah 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 blah. It's like, no, I genuinely got good at the game, and when I am trying to do a run where I'm trying to do a deathless run with a thief
Ooh.
bot, and so I'm just trying to like, not die. So if I die, I reset the entire thing. I've got into the, I want to say almost to the Deacons of the Deep,
There were a few wounded during
which is
the
like
last
the
covert
fourth or
operation.
fifth boss without
After a
dying.
few days' rest,
Almost, that's
everyone
like
was
halfway.
ready to get back out there. Our
And then I
people
got killed.
managed to find another bit of information
Oh.
on these chosen that have been trying to
But the reason
locate
why I
the
use a bandit knife is because it has bleed on it.
and that's
Naturally.
Bleed is pretty strong.
Bleed is really strong if you use it right, and plus, it doesn't take much to, ultimately, it doesn't take much to, what I'd like to say, actually get used to it, since the dagger is a very fast weapon. Add that to bleed, and add that to, like, learning patterns and learning stuff. You're not going to just be, like, enjoying what you're going to be doing, but you're going to be basically telling yourself, I'm gonna learn this pattern. And sometimes I was tempted to fight Dancer first. Fight like a mid-game boss first.
Yeah, no, I know how you can get that fight. That is a hell of an interesting fight to have that early,
It is
especially
enjoyable.
on a deathless run. But I think if there's a way that you can like really make the game a little bit easier, isn't that a ring or something you can get after taking? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it buffs up your stuff, and if if you give it the blood gem, every fifth hit bleeds.
Ah, there you go.
Yep. But it lowers the damage, so part of me is like, it's kind of a double-edged sword if you got used to the damage output.
Literally and
Which
figuratively.
Yeah, like I got really used to like how much damage it did, so I did it precisely, and I got rid of the blood gem because it wasn't really helping much. So it just, because not every boss is weak to bleed. That's the thing. Not every boss is weak to it, or sustainable to it. That's why it's a big like, okay, you're either used to the damage and you do it, and then you're fine with every boss, but it takes like 7 hits to do it, or you don't, or you use it and it lowers your damage output altogether, but it takes less hits to get the bleed off. So it's like, really pick your poison.
I don't know. I kind of like
Hey, are you on the same
DOT
mission?
effects. What?
Are you on the same mission that you were before?
I literally just finished it up after an
I'm
hour
almost
and a
on
half.
I'm almost on the second mission.
That's crazy. It does. The game does, regardless, to slow down a little bit the later you get into it.
No, yes and no. It depends how lucky you get. It depends what missions you get. It depends if you voluntarily choose to abandon some stuff.
Yeah.
And also it also depends on, again, how lucky you are. Because you can have like a flawless run and still get shit because you're like hunt down the commander and then you have to just wait. Or you could get like a shit run but it's always destroy the beacons.
Yeah.
It really depends on what you get. Oh, you're gonna like XCOM UFO Defense. This music is banging, dude. It's great.
You know what's funny? I've been thinking about it, and I'm kind of surprised that more people don't bring up the fact that, like, what was it? One of the Mario games, there's a Mario game from like an old Mario game that keeps getting released, and they don't complain about that.
Super Mario Bros?
I think so, maybe.
Like,
Super Mario
actually,
Brothers?
the OG gets released a lot.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of those things where I'm more than
Mario
okay with
All-Star
that.
Pack gets released a lot too. I'm done a second mission. Let's go.
Nice.
And on
But
top
yeah.
of that, with
Oh,
Rookie,
shit.
I don't really need to worry that much about cover. Well, you have to worry a
True.
lot.
You can kind of just forgo cover and, for the most part, and be fast
And
there. Holy shit!
Yeah.
I did not expect. I mean, I'm only 3 hours of sleep right now, so it does make sense that I am tired.
So that's another thing. It's like I don't need to worry about cover, but I mean Legendary, I didn't need to worry about cover.
That's why I was gonna. That's why I kind of like was a little bit hesitant in saying what I was saying, because you're a little bit of a special case when it comes to the games that normally, oh, you have to play it this way or it fails. Grant, haha, cover goes burr.
No, it was more, haha, haha. I just got pistol improvements because fuck you, I guess. So I one tap the squishies right now because they're only at 3 health. So my pistol deals a 3 minimum.
I only have to deal with the hunter on this retaliation site.
Again, I feel like I'm definitely going to actually beat you on that in that sense because those missions take a while. Like how many chosen do you have left?
I think all 3 of them.
Oh shit, yeah.
I also have all 3 of the rulers.
Yeah, so that's gonna take a while then.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna take like a couple missions for the rulers, depending on if the rulers fuck you over. But I mean, you're also gonna have like high level gear. So, huh?
On this retaliation mission, I have coming with me a sharpshooter, a sharpshooter, sharpshooter, a sharpshooter, and a ranger.
I was right about the ranger.
I'm thinking about also bringing along a tired grenadier.
No, no, dude, you need another sharpshooter.
I literally have nobody else.
Go train someone and then come back to that mission. Put them on hold. Give me a week. I need a sharpshooter. You'll be fine.
I wish.
Resistance.
I wish that would happen.
You'll be fine. What if that was a neat mechanic, but you had to face more enemies?
Huh?
That would be a neat mechanic, actually.
Like a what do they call it?
You can like put a mission on hold, but you have to face more enemies.
Like they fortress, they shore up defenses and stuff like that.
There's like
Gain
some people that are
reinforcements.
tied up that you have to untie.
Yeah, like you have to go to maybe that'd be something cool to see, at least with XCOM 3. I wonder when they're gonna drop that, because you know they gotta drop it.
I know this map because I remember this map. This map was Zombie Horde. Ah. I swear, a part of me is just like, I look at part of it. This was when the hunter wanted to fuck up my team, so Hades said, "Fuck you, bitch."
This is how we do it.
I swear, everyone else is just like super serious. You just have like Evil Lord just say, "Fuck this," and then just shoots a bullet and get the headshot. But it's like, it's so weird that the lore kind of lines up so perfectly with our characters. That's like, yeah, it makes sense. Evil Lord is like a Dark Lord. Because have you seen half of the shit he's fucking did?
Oh, shit, that's what I was saying earlier. But yeah, this weekend I'm getting the Skyrim Special Edition and Fallout 4 Game of the Year Edition. They're in a bundle right now for $20. And the main reason I'm like excited for that is because for free you can upgrade the Special Edition to the Anniversary Edition when it comes out. So I'm gonna upgrade that and then proceed to fish in that game. I'm probably gonna wait to play Skyrim and I'm probably gonna end up playing Fallout 4 because I've never played any of the DLCs for that game. And then I'm gonna wait for Skyrim to basically get its upgrade, and I may spend a week on stream just fishing in that game.
I mean, you spend a lot of time fishing with Final Fantasy.
I spent, I think, half the damn time. I'm half joking. I think I legitimately spent 30 hours fishing in that game.
At least you enjoyed the story.
I love this. See, that's the thing. The reason I take a long time to play a video game isn't because I'm like, yeah, I am slow at playing the game. Don't get me wrong.
But do you play those DLCs yet?
Yes.
Okay, so you know about the
Yes.
Ignis ending and stuff like that.
Yep.
I like saying that's the actual fucking canon ending. Because, yes, Ignis would go that far. There's no doubt in my mind he wouldn't. He would go that far.
Yep.
For Noctis. Because
But-
Ignis is by far the loyalist to Noctis.
It's funny you say that. I have to bring this up. Okay, actually, I'm gonna turn my light on for a minute, so because these are things that I've written down, things to bring up and talk about at some point. And this is gonna segue. The conversation I'm about to have is gonna segue into talking about one of these things. So I'm a type of person that when I play a video game, I have a tendency to take a long time playing it. For example, I've created another channel. I don't have any videos on it, but I'm editing my Control playthrough just to like condense it down and post it up there and potentially get people to show up, because like I've been hearing from a lot of different individuals that, like a lot of different streamers who have experience with this, that having a channel with edited videos will help you get like more people will come to your streams in the future. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do that and see.
Not everyone has time to like sit for like 2-hour videos.
Exactly.
A lot of people just want like 10-minute videos and move on.
Well, what's really funny is I've noticed that like the cutoff point has to be at around an hour. Like the longest I could do a video on the edited channel is an hour. Any longer than that, and it's not gonna work for what I want to do. However, I turned a 3-hour stream into 2 like 40-minute videos for Control. I took out like all the BS. I basically tried to keep the brass tacks, the lore, the main story. I keep a little stuff in there, but for the most part, all the reading that I didn't put in there because a lot of that reading didn't pertain to the main story. So I was like, screw it, I'll just cut all that BS out, and we'll go from there, basically. Funny moments, stuff like that, I'll leave in, whatever. The reason I bring this up is because I take a long time to go through a game, not only because I'm slow at playing the game, but because I like to take moments to absorb what's going on. And I like to do all the stuff the game has to offer, because in my personal opinion, when I play a video game, why would I not do all the things that I could do mechanically? Like, if you have a video game that has fishing in it, hunting in it, skydiving, I want to at least do it once in the game to see if I like it and do it more, or to see if it's not for me in the game and then move on. So, when I spent 40 hours fishing, or whatever it was more like 20 hours in total fishing.
And then 50 hours in the arena.
I did do a lot of gambling in that game.
Yeah, you did.
I think I legitimately spent a total of 20 hours on that. Maybe not that much, but I spent a lot on it. It was fun though. And then I focused on the story. I would have moments where I focused on the story, and there was a lot of crap. The only thing that got, like, mechanically really that got me aggravated about the game was the magic. Because
You have to craft it.
not just that, but it was like, there were some spells I should have been able to make that could have just nuked everything. But, and they like the uncapped, the limit break magic or whatever it's called. That, I felt like it should have been a lot more damaging, but it literally just added a 0. It added a 0 place, that's all it did. But long story short, the story of Final Fantasy 15 is what actually got me into, like, I now want to play all the Final Fantasy games, smile. Now the segue is into hold on, how do I word this? All right. So I love it when a video game uses the in-game mechanics to make a scene in the story a little bit more impactful, right? Have you ever played Grand Theft Auto 4, or have you seen a playthrough of Grand Theft Auto 4?
I've seen some stuff about GTA 4, but nothing major.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say that it's an old game. There might be there's gonna be spoilers for what I'm about to talk about, but it doesn't really matter. It's a Grand Theft Auto game, first of all. However, if you don't want spoilers, you probably want to skip on ahead about 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna teleport 15 minutes from now.
Do you not want me to say this?
No, I don't care.
Okay. Long story short, Nico Bellic, when he shows up, he does this mission, he somehow gets involved with this, like, they introduce the dating mechanics, or the hangout mechanics with this character. Chrysalids, yay.
That's woo.
And if you utilize those game mechanics to hang out with this individual and, like, utilize, like, make it to where, like, a lot of time when I play Grand Theft Auto, I would not try and roleplay, but try and be like, alright, Nico's actually getting in a relationship with this character. I wonder where this goes. And then there's, like, you get involved with the mechanics, you start going on dates, you start caring about, like, where the relationship goes and stuff like that. And then there's a mission that occurs, and it's revealed that that individual, which, fun fact, they're in Grand Theft Auto 5, which I didn't know until I was looking up lore about them, because this is, like, this idea kind of went off the rails. And I was looking up information, like I was researching, and I found out that the scene where you go bust out the audio video tech dude from the IAA building, the person who's threatening him with the flashlight, that's the person I'm talking about right now. Well, anyways, you do this mission, it's a drug deal mission, the mission goes wrong, and you find out that the person you've been dating is part of the IAA. I was like I legitimately felt a tinge of betrayal. I was like, she's what? And I found it funny. This is the whole reason I'm bringing this up is because I found it funny that if I had not dated this character, or I had not used the mechanics to get a little bit quote unquote attached to that character, then I wouldn't have cared. And I love when a video game uses those mechanics, and, like, if you as the player don't embrace those mechanics, you might miss out on some story stuff, and you might not care because of the way that you play the game. But I love that kind of stuff. That's why I have a tendency to be like, hey, there's gambling, let's go gambling and see where that takes us, because that could add to the story.
There was, I don't mind game mechanics that, like, you know, actually, like, add to stuff, but I hate when game mechanics are forced onto you.
That,
like, you have to do certain things. Like with Final Fantasy VIII, you have to play this card game minigame to level up.
ugh.
You don't have a choice, because you will only level up passively as, like, levels, but to get your stats to max, you have to play the card game.
Is the card game good or no?
It's decent. They brought it back into the MMO, which I don't mind it, but it's the point where...
But the thing in the MMO, it's optional.
Yeah, it's optional. You know, if you want to be a collector and get all the cards, go ahead. But
gotta catch them all.
I'm trying to think of something that could go with cards, but all that I'm doing is all my jokes are going to fold, man. There's nothing good in my hand.
Yu-Gi-Oh, Blackjack, 21.
/whoosh. I was making a card joke and I said all of my jokes I have to fold.
Oh, I got that. I got that. I
have nothing in my hand.
Oh god, I see what you did there. Okay, I missed the first part of that. My apologies. I did whoosh. I did whoosh bad on that one.
Whoosh.
I did whoosh on that one.
I read it whoosh.
Oh no, the chrysalids have arrived.
That's Jim. That's Benny. That's Jerry. That's Timothy. They always like snuggles.
I need to stop taking a drink before you open your mouth. You almost made me choke again. Because 3 showed up. Not 4, but 3 showed up. You said Jim, Barry, and who else?
I said Jim, Benny.
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 Jim made me almost lose it. I don't know why, but thinking about an individual, like a chrysalid, dressed up in a suit with a top hat or a fedora, going to the office.
I know I said Timothy was a 4th, but I think it was like Lenny or Larry. Yeah, it was Lenny. So the 3rd is Lenny.
Well, hey,
So
I
Jim,
have a whole
Lenny,
bunch of
Lenny.
snipers, so let's see how
Hey, don't
well
worry,
they
the
do.
first one's coming. Timothy's just on its way. Don't worry.
Oh yay, a dodge.
And they love snuggles. I love how. Okay, you know what? To be fair, it's kind of accurate with my character. The most feared person in XCOM, in theory, the most feared person in XCOM, fucking adores chrysalids.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, why aren't you afraid of him? Because Evil Lord floats and does crazy damage. He doesn't care.
You know, you can
And that's
kind of
like-
make chrysalids in Stellaris.
Don't give me any ideas.
I had to, because the next time we play against you, I do expect to go up against chrysalids. There's literally,
Yeah,
there is
it's that-
literally
you know how I'm gonna
a
play
race that looks exactly like chrysalids.
You know how I'm
Regardless of
gonna
how
play
you
that?
make them, they look like chrysalids, and you can make them
Yeah.
any way you want to.
No, I'm gonna play it. They're gonna consume the whole world.
You can do that.
I'm gonna use what in Warhammer the fucking Xenos. Let me reiterate, the Xenos in Warhammer.
Tyranids?
Yes. You mean the people that could die and have a 1 in 6 chance to resurrect themselves. That's a fucking game mechanic for them.
That's fucked.
And their entire purpose is to just hoard the person.
I look over in chat, and Jazz is like, great, Grant is thinking of Tyranids.
Pretty. Grand plus Tyranids equals.
Necrons. Necrons is who you are thinking about, I guess. Maybe not the Tyranids, maybe the other race you're thinking about are the Necrons.
There's so many annoying races in Warhammer.
I mean, yeah.
There's a lot. Like, it's not even funny. It's like, we got the Tau. Snipes you from anywhere. They snipe you from anywhere.
Every time you say this,
we
I think
have-
about that one Russian Badger video. You said Tau, and my brain was me like fucking space weeaboos.
Yeah, you know what I think of?
What?
This animation I saw, where this guy, this Tau, is at chest level of the Space Marine, doing all this cool shit, like the cool martial arts, and the Space Marine fucking punches him in the head.
That's great.
Like, have you seen that scene with Thor and Hulk?
Yes. So it was
Yeah,
that
think of that.
basically? Oh my
of
god.
that.
That's
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 fucking
glorious.
hilarious. I will find the video and send it to you. And how do you miss an 85 on rookie difficulty? Please answer me.
Huh.
I mean, there are
Um,
rookies though.
Hold on. The other thing, like, on my list of things to talk about.
Oh wait, I created a really good theory for God of War Ragnarok.
Ooh, you do that. I might have to jump in on that one, then I'll talk about the other 2/3 things I've written down to discuss.
You know how in mythology, Kratos is usually there to replace a foe in the original story.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Think about this. Kratos is a god killer. Ragnarok is upon us. Kratos is Fenrir. Ragnarok is upon us, and why I say this is because it is known in Norse mythology that Thor is going to be fighting Fenrir in Ragnarok.
In Norse mythology, does Thor kill Fenrir?
I don't think he does. I think that Ragnarok is actually the death of all gods. So it's like confirmed. That or he does a rematch against Jormungandr.
I don't know.
I think he actually does both.
I don't know 100%. Like,
I know a bit about Ragnarok. I know a bit about
I
Ragnarok.
know. Trust me. Anytime I'm the kind of person that anytime I'm passionate about a video game, and like as soon as I found out that it was gonna take place in like Norse
But either
mythology
way-
type stuff, I looked up so much stuff about Norse mythology. I kind of forgot a good portion of it, but I do remember a little bit of it about like Odin and all that, all your
See-
big name ones, and I even looked up some stuff about some smaller name individuals.
But the thing is, and what makes sense is we do see Saldir, I think Saldir or Maldir? The wolf that eats the sun.
Yep.
and moon.
I was just thinking about that.
And
Those two.
Remember this.
It's the puzzle.
Since they constantly switch up mythology, we've seen Jormungandr. We never seen Hel in Helheim, which is weird. Because if we're talking about Loki's children in Norse
Oh
mythology,
shit!
we never seen Hel in Helheim. We never
You're
seen her.
right.
We didn't see her at all. And the only child of Loki that we have seen is Jormungandr.
The three children of Loki were Fenrir, Hel.
No, it's 4 children. Odin's
4.
horses also.
Oh,
Odin's horse, Hel, Fenrir, Jormungandr.
wait. Who was the 4? Who was the 4 again? Say it again.
It was Odin's horse, the sit-side horse,
Uh huh.
Hel,
Okay.
Jormungandr.
Yep. Those are the. I didn't realize the horse was one as well.
Yep. I didn't realize until someone corrected me. I'm like, oh shit. But so now since Loki is actually a kid, the spectrum's flipped. So Jormungandr helps us,
Mm-hmm.
and it would make sense that Fenrir is seen. Fenrir's trapped by his bounds and by his chains and by what Tyr makes. But
I
since
didn't even
Tyr is-
think about it like that, but that fits so well with Kratos'
That-
character arc.
He was bound by the chains that was made, and the chains were the leather straps. The
That-
chains have broken.
I did
And
not
Thor
even think
came
about it like
straight
that, but that
straight
fits
to his
very well.
door.
That fits very well.
And the thing is, well, like, what about Tyr? Tyr's the one that, lost his hand. Tyr is the one. So, in this spectrum, we are seeing Fenrir as the good guy and the gods as evil. So, instead of Tyr sacrificing his hand to, like, keep Fenrir bound, he's the one that gave Fenrir the key to have freedom.
Yeah. That's that. You think we're gonna find or see Tyr?
I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Like I know we're
I
gonna hear
guarantee
more
it.
about him, but shut the fuck up. I know we're gonna hear more about him, obviously, but do you think we're gonna like see the actual individual?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm 100% for that.
That's
I-
awesome.
The thing is, even if we don't, I still want to see Big Papa done. I still want to see Fenrir because it would make sense. We have to see Hel. We have to see Fenrir. It only makes sense.
I mean, well, if you look at the way that go back to the original God of Wars and how they pan out, and I think there might be something similar to this one because what ends up happening is in the first one you didn't see a lot of the gods. Like if you really want to, a lot of them, like of them.
We've only seen Ares, and that was basically it.
Yeah, Ares, maybe a little bit of Zeus, Athena. Right?
This was at the end.
In the second one, you get to start get a more feel for the gods, and in the third one, it's all of them. Like
Oh, well, not all of them. Poseidon gets kind of
he gets fucking
he gets
bodied.
executed.
He gets jobbered. That's what Poseidon is. Poseidon was a jobber. If you were trying to refer to it as like WWE
Still
type
the
stuff.
coolest fucking quick time event ever.
Yeah. I heard that some
Like-
people didn't like that, and I was like not the quick time event, but they didn't like how quickly you dealt with Poseidon, and I was like, I loved it.
At the start of that game, you're climbing up Mount Olympus with Gaia.
Yeah, I know. I love that sequence. Oh my god, it was such a badass sequence. I loved it so much because it made you feel like I'm a pissed off individual that's going to kill all of the gods. But obviously, it wasn't
Why do
all
you
of them.
sound like fucking Brain and Pinky and the Brain. What are we going to do today, Brain? We're going to take over the world.
Do it. Well, because when I'm passionate about something, I try and invoke that passion with my voice. So I like to show it off with like, yes, this is what we're going to do.
So it's a strong theory. That's a weird thing. It's a strong theory because if we go with actually what Frengir was bound by, so what Frengir did was, no chain shall bound me. There's nothing that shall bound me. So they made a bet. If you could bound me, like, I will allow you to put these chains.
I read about this. I know exactly what you're talking about too.
I will
it
allow
was
you
like,
to put these chains on me if
yep.
Tyr has his hand in my mouth.
Yep, it was a little bit of a trick.
It was a trust. It was a trick.
Yep.
But it was also kind of like, you're not going to actually do it. He proceeds to do it, Tyr loses his hand. Now, if we go with how, if we have to say, well, Frengir has to have his, like, the chains bound to him. The chains that were bound to Kratos was his past.
Mm-hmm.
The entire storyline, he was bound to the chains of Olympus.
See, I like that theory, but I think it's going to be that more. Maybe I'll be wrong, but my thing, I think Fenrir is going to be an actual thing.
You're actually going to like text me and say, "What the?"
No,
fuck?
what's going to happen is I'm going to clip this, tweet it out, and be like, "Well, they were right. I mean, they called it. Somebody pick up that phone, cause he fucking called it."
But
that kind of situation.
It's like, even if the theory's wrong, people are like, well, your theory's wrong, are you sad? It's like, no, I get to see Frengir.
No, I'm not sad. My theory was wrong. That's awesome. Well, what if your theory was right? That's awesome.
Either way, I'm like, because I'm just going to say...
I think people put too much stock in theorizing, like, they like, it has to be right. It's like, no,
some stuff I predicted that is fucking insane, but...
I mean, have fun with them. For me, I'm wanting to just, like... I want to know where they go with Ragnarok. Like, are they going to go for a steady increase, or are they just going to, like, right off the bat, shit's crazy?
Or if we want to go into theory, if Kratos gets killed in battle, will he go to Valhalla?
I don't know.
He saved all the Valkyries.
I don't know if we're going to see any more of Kratos' story when that event occurs. I think what's going to happen is the second game is going to start off...
I don't think Thor's going to kill Kratos. I fucking doubt that. If anyone's going to kill Kratos, it would be Odin.
Regardless, I don't...
Or Freya.
Regardless, the fate of Kratos is pretty much, in my mind, guaranteed. And the way they did it was perfect for the fans. It was perfect for the fans because if they just killed him off, the fans would have lost their fucking mind. But because they literally foreshadowed it in the first... see, because this is the way... I'm not looking at it as Kratos' story. I'm looking at it as Atreus' story. Because of the way that it was established. This isn't, to me, this isn't like God of War 4. This is more like God of War Atreus' take, or whatever you want to call it.
And again, you're also, basically, people will still be mad if Kratos does get killed for one reason.
Yeah.
Kratos killed Thanatos, Fate, Zeus. He basically looked at all Greek mythology that said, your death is bound by us, and said, fuck you.
The only thing I want is I want it to be a badass death. That's all I want.
That's what I mean. I want him to fight Odin. If he
dies,
I want him to be.
I want him to go out guns blazing. You know, like maybe he's fighting Thor and just.
I don't think it would be that early.
Well, I don't think it's gonna be that early, but I think what's gonna happen is. I think the control of the character will shift over to Atreus. And it might stay that way. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt that.
However, I'm curious to see if they're gonna go with like the three main game type deal that they went with the like God of War 1, 2, and 3.
And also they went with some a lot of spin-offs.
Well, technically yes, they went with 4, but in the three main games, the ones that a good majority of people played, that's what I'm wondering if they're gonna do something similar like that, or if they're gonna go like. They're gonna put a lot into this next game. You know what I'm getting at? Like, is Ragnarok gonna be a massive game with a fucking ridiculously long story?
Ragnarok's gonna be a fucking massacre.
Yeah. So
Because
do you
here's
think
the
it's
thing.
you think it's going to be like
I
a jump
think
from?
I think Kratos is Frenier. That's my entire philosophy on that. And Frenier doesn't die in Ragnarok. He is the bringer of death in that entire story.
I look forward to seeing this. I look forward to seeing Ragnarok regardless.
And
But here's the thing.
Jormungandr fights Thor again. So my guess is, this is how my entire theory would go in sense. Kratos would fight Thor. Thor would get the upper hand. Kratos would be launched to Jormungandr. Jormungandr would start fighting Thor. And then just shit goes to hell. Because we have Mimir. And
Haha,
Mimir
shit goes
straight
to
up
hell.
said, I mean, Helheim, if we want to, there's like technically 2 hells. If we want to go with fire and brimstone's Muspelheim. If we want to go with hell, Helheim. And if we want to go with heaven, Asgard and Valhalla. Welcome to Norse mythology.
Hostile neutralized.
I'm sorry, my character glitched out, and they're not like their pistol isn't showing up. So they literally just held their hand up and shot a laser out of their finger.
Hey, by the way,
At the
I
chrysalis.
already have a second bond level.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So
And it's what-
so
Clicker and
to
around.
break it down into terminology that would makes more sense in my mind, it would basically be like, speaking about the original games, God of War 1 into God of War 3 without the second game. Kind of. Is that what you feel like is going to kind of go down with Ragnarok? With like the we're going to see so many different gods, and there's going to be so many different fights against those
It's
gods
going to
and
be
goddesses.
basically God of War 3.
Okay.
In the sense of, if we do get another one, it will be the aftermath of it. And can we also bring up one more thing that actually does handle my theory?
Of course.
Kratos actually talks to dwarves, and you can upgrade your chains with them. With your Blades of Litmus.
Alright.
And on top of that, Mimir doesn't talk about Fenrir. Or Hel. So my guess is Jormungandr's the only one that's actually seen as a
I so
child.
badly want. I so badly like. I swear I remember them talking about Fenrir.
They never talked about Fenrir. They talked about the 2 wolves, not Fenrir.
Huh.
I swear to you, I didn't hear it.
I'm
They
gonna
might
alt
put
tab.
you like
I believe you, but I have to alt tab to look this up really fast.
They might have, but I have no clue. But it would make sense. And
Because
the gods,
now you got
the
me
gods
wanting to
were
put the
down.
tinfoil hat on and go, you know, he's actually right.
He's onto something.
I mean, it made
And
it
also
fucking.
the gods challenged Fenrir.
Yeah,
They
that's true
challenged
too.
Fenrir.
That's true
And
too.
Baldur challenged Kratos at the start, basically at the start of the game.
I always love theorizing about games I'm hype about because
I mean,
regardless
it's
of
a
being
strong-
right or wrong, it's always awesome to speculate about
Hey,
what you're
don't
possibly
worry.
going to be dealing with.
In Hideo Kojima's next game, that's going to be oranges.
I always love speculating about stuff, but people take that shit way too far. Like he'll
No,
post
I'm
a
just like-
picture, and he's like, everyone's like, "Oh, it means that his next game's just settle the fuck down." He's
like,
posting
no,
a picture of him
I-
eating dinner. Like, holy
I'm
shit!
not gonna lie, I was hyped for Dante when Sakurai had 3 fingers up, meaning Dante, Nero, and Urchel.
Hey,
And then they put him at the Mii Fighter skin. Ah!
monkey's paw wish, or monkey's ear, or whatever it's called. I've granted you your wish, but it's not as what you wanted.
I know this god, well, it would be considered god. Who, please be the hunter. It's the hunter! Hi! Nice seeing you.
But
Immune
yeah.
to melee damage for your generous lost health. Easy to target from high ground.
I've
Bro,
gone
I'm fine
through and played that God of War game, I think 3 or 4 times now. The first time was by myself on the hardest difficulty. The second time was on like a lower difficulty, not the lowest difficulty, but a slightly lowered one. And my dad was watching me play through it as well, and that was an experience I'll probably never forget. It was fun, blast and a half. And the third time I played it was on stream. I think it was the first game I ever streamed, because it was something I was familiar with and confident in me being able to play on the
Yeah,
hardest
I think you
difficulty.
could actually talk about it.
Yeah.
My first game that I technically streamed was Shadow of Mordor. Because that's a fun game. But I will say, spoilers if anyone wants to close their ears. In God of War 4, basically the best fucking moment in the game is when you flip the fucking temple.
That was pretty epic.
That was. Is my give me a minute. I have to see if someone's watching a Marvel movie. I just heard music.
Oh
Give me a
god.
minute.
But yeah, I love going through looking up like Fenrir God of War 2018 just to see if I can get any information on it. And I see a whole bunch of YouTube videos for like theory. There's a Fenrir statue in the stomach of Jormungandr.
But see, the game never fully talked about it. It's like, oh, well, there's a Fenrir statue. So what you're telling me, you know that Yomungun is a time traveler, right?
Fenrir, also known as a word I'm not going to try and pronounce, is a wolf giant and considered as one of the greatest enemies of the Aesir. He's destined to fight.
Giant.
He's destined to fight and kill Odin during Ragnarok. He's the father of both Skull and Hati.
And what's the first thing we see? The first outside information that we see.
I think Fenrir is an actual wolf in this one.
Well,
I welcome.
Make him adorable then.
Like a little puppers.
Yeah, I love that. Because he started off as a little puppy. That's how Yomungun started.
Now, I'm curious to see if they're using only the information gathered from God of War, or if they're using actual lore information as well, because this is a fucking fan wiki. So,
I swear, they never talked about it. Because I think they wanted to leave it vague.
I mean, there is an image of a wolf that's used from the game that isn't associated with either of the wolves that chase the sun and the moon situation.
Like I said, that could be just symbolism, to be honest. So who knows? It's like, part of me really wants this to be, like, I want to be honest with them, but if I'm not, I'm not.
Although not seen by Kratos and Atreus on their journey, Fenrir is confirmed to exist as he is alluded to multiple times in cryptics and dialogue. In particular, Mimir mentions him in one of his tales and refers to him as a great nemesis of the Aesir gods. Although he refers to the wolf using his alternative name, Hodvitne, when Kratos and Atreus retrieved the mystical ingredients from Mats Ogner's corpse in Konungsgard, Fenrir is alluded to once more when Atreus expresses confusion as to how Brock and Sindri can make anything out of the odd ingredients they picked up, which Mimir tells him that dwarves are very resourceful, as according to legend they once made an unbreakable chain using similarly strange ingredients. A cat's footstep and bird's spit, two of the ingredients used to make Gelpnir, the chain used by the Aesir to imprison Fenrir. Mimir's tales and the fact that Skull and Hati are already in sky chasing the sun and moon indicate that Fenrir was imprisoned a very long time ago.
Neat. Marina.
I mean, still though, I'm still wearing my tinfoil hat because of the fact that a very long time ago could also mean the time that Kratos was in Greece.
Well, the thing is,
and if you want to be a smartass about shit, I mean, there's a lot of mini games in the God of War series where Kratos.
Well, we don't talk about the one god he's spared. We don't talk about the one god he's spared.
No, we
That's
don't.
about it.
Or well, also there were regular like when you're on the ship in the first game. There's a mini game where you get a lot of blood orbs if you do that mini game. I mean, that could be a reason that Skull and Hati exist.
I mean, Tyr is also a dimension. Look,
Look,
the
listen,
more
I'm
we-
trying to keep your theory alive. Work with me here, okay?
Okay, you know what I'm gonna work with? Being able to fucking use Frenir. So if Frenir's in, if Frenir is a confirmed thing, right? Then what that tells me is there Kratos is not dying. For one reason. Loki's children, like I stated, are Hel, which is the goddess of Helheim, which we've already been there. So even if Kratos did theoretically die, Hel could just bring him back.
I mean, that's what's funny. You saying that's hilarious because I had the same thought too when I first saw that. I had a thought process of like, yeah, he could get killed in battle, but he's fought his way out
Or
of
he goes to Valhalla and
Hades
the Valkyries bring him back.
like he fought his way out of the underworld multiple times in the other God of War series, but I mean, he is getting older.
Say, well, if he goes to like Valhalla and Freya doesn't like him,
Well, regardless of that,
blah, blah, blah. It's like he saved all the Valkyries.
Well, regardless of that, all I want to say is your theory could still potentially exist, even though the existence of Fenrir is confirmed, because the wording is still ambiguous, and
yeah, they never showed him.
They never show him. First of all, second of all, I kind of
like
like the
that
idea. Now I'm gonna run with this theory a little bit just for shits and like.
You
not,
just like it now.
Not to make fun of it, but I actually do like it. And plus, I'm thinking about, I'm like, I mean, Kratos does have interactions of a NSFW nature with several individuals that are more than likely still alive. And, I mean, a long time ago is kind of ambiguous based on the fact that we don't know how old Kratos actually is. Like, yeah, he looks to be... Yeah, exactly. He could be a couple thousand years old.
He has a beard now.
Yeah. He could be...
And, okay, to even fucking make it even more secure, even though that it's right there... And, again, spoiler, Kratos married a fucking giant.
Yeah, true.
And, ergo, Atreus... it's so much like stuff that's like, okay, this legitimately makes sense to the point where I want Kratos to be on top of Fenrir and have it be a fucking plushie. And Kratos has its ads in the goddamn air.
That is great.
I want that. Make that a statue and I will buy it.
Little Fenrir
if you are going to
plushie.
confirm Fenrir in that game, confirm it with a fucking bang.
I want to see.
Theories.
I of course want the game to come out when the game's ready. When the commercials are ready to show me the commercials, but boy can I not wait to see the first commercial.
Person I want to see is Fenrir. That's the first one I want to see.
I kind of want there to be like, I don't want them to spoil anything, obviously.
No, the thing is, I'm telling this flat out. If they're going to go with Norse mythology and they're going to talk about Ragnarok and they don't bring in Fenrir on this, I'm going to be a bit mad. Because Fenrir is legitimately the vocal point of Ragnarok. He is the main reason the gods have a foe to fight in Ragnarok. Because Muspelheim starts invading, Fenrir starts fucking killing gods, and everything goes.
I'm like super excited to because I'm always okay.
Really helps.
Knowing Norse mythology in general does really help, but I'm the kind of person that when I'm playing a video game, I think God of War 3 was of the original 3 or the original grouping of God of War games. 3 was my favorite because I just love the idea of gods and like titans fighting each other. They like clashing with one another in all-out warfare. So the idea of you, regardless if you're playing as Kratos, playing as Atreus, fighting an ensemble of gods that are different from, like you've already been there, done that with Greek mythology. Now you're moving on over to Norse. I cannot wait to go through the roster. Is what I'm trying to get at. Like that's. One of my favorite moments is when you first come across Hercules. I was like floored when you came across Hercules.
Wasn't Hercules Roman? They kind of did a derp. Hercules
Probably,
is Roman.
but he's still classified under Greek mythology. I don't. He might be Roman, but regardless, the fight was epic. I loved it, and like the way we earned our new weapon. Oh, I'll never forget that.
Tomb?
What did you
I
do?
said, out of theory, I said, does Freya hate Fenrir? And people have also asked, does Freya like Kratos?
That's funny.
I say, does Freya hate Fenrir? And it gives me the fucking God of War wiki.
That's fucking funny.
Holy shit.
Apparently that theory's maybe not
Maybe not so far-fetched.
so far-fetched. Ah, what a good barbecue. Jane Sanders, Jordan Hayes, and Chen Yi are all burning.
But,
Hmm.
When they get back to base, we'll
All right.
here's some time to heal, mentally and physically.
Other things.
okay.
So
I didn't know about that, about Freya.
it's. Ooh. Well, tell me that, and then I want to talk about because this kind of involves.
Okay.
In my opinion, it kind of involves alternate dimensions and multiple dimensions.
Why does Freya hate Loki? Odin turned her into a child, Rhea, erased all her memories, and sent her to the world of mortals. She initially hated Loki for ignoring her and not repercolating her feelings for him, and that she was lonely because of it. However, she learned to accept it and still refused to give up on him.
Huh.
Freya was the one that cared for Trey.
Huh.
That's affirmative.
Freya was like a mother to Atreus.
I still see. Here's what's funny. There's a part like one of my theories very early on. Well, not theories, but thought process of what would occur was the fact that I don't think it's unreasonable to think that
Kratos is Fenrir.
Freya and Atreus would work with each other in the future.
Oh no, it's not. But then again, it's like.
Well,
'cause
no.
Freya-
I think it's possible because she's.
No, I'm saying
she's
it's
wouldn't-
not unreasonable
Oh.
to think about that.
Okay, got you. She
But the thing
absolutely
is, like-
despises
Kratos.
Kratos for obvious reasons.
I mean, she just gave her son a good, like neck massage.
Yeah, I mean, you just like calling a chiropractor, right?
Yeah.
Hell, most
Twice.
professions. I can't even say it with a straight face. I'm trying to say most of the times that's a well reasonably
Remember the most infamous
paid for profession.
meme? Silent kill. 200 SP.
Oh God,
Have you seen that one with the chiropractor?
no.
Basically it has an image of like him almost doing like a silent kill, but it's just like cracking the neck and stuff like that. And people were just like, silent kill, 200 SP, plus 150 for unarmed.
Oh my God.
Something like that was fucking
See, that's just funny. You say that, and the only thing I can think of is like this. We must be better. Snap. Like.
Imagine Thanos going into God of War Ragnarok. Oh my god, the biggest spoiler ever.
Fuck. Oh my
Okay.
God. That would be
Oh,
like
I
the
can't-
biggest.
what-
That would be the biggest clickbait title ever.
I love how it became a meme to say fake endgame spoilers. It became a meme.
Fake
to do
spoilers
that.
are my favorite. One of my favorite ones so far was
I do have a favorite endgame fake spoiler, and what it was is like, oh yeah, when Mickey Mouse came in with a lightsaber to kill Thanos.
no, my favorite is like the one where like, oh my God, did you hear about Professor Snape being killed by Lucio or whatever? Like some ridiculous off the wall. What the fuck?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I was watching like a r/video, and the guy, someone did like a random, what was it? Do you hear that Batman kills Thanos? And the guy legitimately said, "Oh my God, why did you spoil Endgame for me?"
Oh,
And then
like he was
the
being
guy-
serious.
yes, dead serious. And I'm like, the guy was like, Batman's DC. And it's like, yeah, and you spoiled Endgame for me. It's like, they're not even in the same fucking. I can't say,
So
I
many
can't say
people
that.
are stupid.
DC.
I mean,
DC and Marvel have collabed. For fuck's sake, they're juggernaut comic book companies. Of
Yep.
course they have. They collabed with TMNT, for fuck's sakes.
Teenage me. Oh my god.
It's such a bloody comic. It's so bloody.
I've actually been seeing it
It's
lately, and
dark.
I want to get. I was. The first thing I saw was like, still can't get over this. Is this scene an actual scene where Batman takes one of the turtles to the alleyway where his parents were killed?
Kills him?
What? Hello? What did you do?
You just went quiet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, I said, is it true that there's a scene in that comic book with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing with Batman, right?
Yeah.
Where Batman takes one of the turtles to the alleyway where what is it? His parents were killed?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I thought it was a meme picture. It's an actual thing. Holy
yeah, no,
shit.
Batman has fought Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Well, I knew that, but I didn't realize, like, some of the scenes they showed were in the comic
There's
were legit.
also, recent comics, Joker has become the good guy and made everyone else turn on Batman.
Yeah, I've heard about that recently.
That's absolutely fun. I like listening to the comic. It's pretty enjoyable to listen to.
Alright.
But the thing is they have done stuff, and again, in good old DC fashion, Batman still is the fucking OP one. But
Of course.
still, yeah, cause like he's smart as hell. He outsmarted Darkseid. A fucking mortal.
Well, I wasn't saying of course
outsmarted-
in a negative sense. I was saying of course in a positive sense. I love the
But then
fact
again,
that
it's also like-
Batman, the one whose power is, and this is partly me being serious, his power is literally throw money at it, is the best out of all of them. And that's not me being biased, it's me being legit. If you were to break it down and like 1v1 Batman with everybody, giving Batman prep time, and giving the person they're about to fight prep time, no, I'd say about 90 out of 100 times Batman's winning.
There's still some that he can't win though.
That's why I said 90 out of 100.
Yeah, one.
That's what it feels like though, with how they make Batman.
So the one, I'm gonna say it's outright. The one person I don't think Batman could really deal with is Cosmic Ghost Rider.
Okay. I remember you talking about him. I understand why,
Because
and that makes
of
sense.
One thing. Imagine Galactus plus Ghost Rider. No matter how smart you are, no matter how smart you are, what powers you have, you can't run. His bike goes through dimensions. His bike goes really fucking quickly. Even in Death Battle, he killed Lobo, which is the most broken character in DC.
You know what I love about Death Battle? I love how people like harp on Death Battle sometimes so much, and it's like, guys,
they're doing a simulation.
First of all, it's a simulation. Second of all, they're not using like I like this character more, they're gonna win. Because there's a lot of times where I've wanted a character to win.
They've done that in Death Battle X, which is or 1 minute melees. They do a vote. That's it.
Yeah, and it's like I understand where they're coming from, but I need to watch more Death Battle. I absolutely love
Dante versus Bayonetta.
I need to watch that one. I haven't seen it yet. I need to watch that one.
Genuinely good. Virgil versus Sephiroth. Ooh.
Shit, are these recent or are these older?
Older ones.
I need to go through and watch them.
Lobo versus Ghost Rider. And by the way, if people want to say, oh well, Lobo's not as smart as Batman. Lobo is smarter than Batman. He's smarter.
Because here's the thing, they're not just utilizing one or two things. They're looking at every single piece of
Deathstroke. Oh, that's great.
They're looking at every single piece of material that exists about that character when they go and put their statistics in. They basically do the same thing. They do the same thing that that Warrior thing
Deadliest
did.
Warrior does.
Yeah.
I love Deadliest Warrior.
They do the same thing
so good.
Deadliest Warrior does. Literally the same exact thing. They get the stats of the people, they put them in a simulation, and they're like, alright, this would win. This is the Deadliest Warrior. And like, has anyone ever compared Death Battle and Deadliest Warrior before?
No.
Okay. I'm amazed that...
Special has kill zone.
What was that? Oh,
Special
God.
has kill zone.
That's great.
That's funny. But the thing is, like, so, what the thing is with Lobo, he was able to calculate where the Flash was gonna go, and how fast he was going, and calculate the entire thing, being able to hook him. Wow, the Flash was running.
I absolutely
Like,
love how
and he did that in
much
like a span of like
the Flash gets bullied.
he gets bullied in the movies and in the fucking comics.
I just love.
Gets bullied.
I know he just gets bullied. I love how he's like the character, like, oh, we need a character to get bullied. Let's have the Flash get shot by Deadshot.
I mean, to be fair, MODOK is the guy that gets bullied in Marvel, so.
Oh God, yeah, that's been a thing that recently that I came across. For obvious reasons, I didn't even know that was a thing. There's a lot of things that I don't know were a thing, though, because I'm not really big into comic books. Not for any particular reason, just because it's one of those forms of media that kind of fly over my head. Not like it's too much for me to understand. It's just like, well, what do we got for today? Video games! Oh, piece of candy. That's how my brain works. And I'm done.
When people want to say, like, oh, well, it's not, not... Here's the thing. I like watching Death Battle for what it is, but I will acknowledge some stuff. It's a simulation. Like, they're not guaranteed to win every single match.
I mean, if you take, in all honesty, if you took any two characters and put them against each other, and if you were to take into account all the multiverses and all the universes that could possibly exist, there is one universe or situation where the character that would never, ever, ever, ever win, in your opinion, will win at least one time.
Yeah, and here's one thing that I will.
And I have a
out.
good segue for that. But go on.
Here's one thing that I will point out when it comes to Ghost Rider and people that just, I don't know, people say that he's overpowered or something. He is a being of justice, the one that you fear once you've stinged. He is legitimately the one that everyone fears. Cause he doesn't just attack you, his hellfire burns your soul.
That's
so
crazy.
Regeneration doesn't mean shit.
I love stuff like that. I love like mechanics.
I love when they legitimately acknowledge that there's a broken hero.
Yeah,
but the only
they
thing
need to
that's
have
holding them
heroes
back-
like that.
Yeah, the only thing that's holding them back is bad writers. Because people sometimes make him underpowered, some people make him like, some people forget about certain abilities, some people forget about one-offs. He killed Galactus with a fucking pentant stare. Which is supposed to make you feel every pain that you've dealt to another person that you regret, times 10.
That's crazy.
It's insane. And I
But here's
fucking love him.
But you saying that and talking about the multiverse thing is a perfect segue for this. I don't know if this was a conversation, like a thought process that I came up with on my own, or if it was after I was having a little bit of a panic attack and I was like, I need to take a medicinal hit of something. And I was like, okay. And then my brain did the thing where it's like, huh, this is a weird thought. So, have you ever thought about, like, a video game where a main character gets killed by a random NPC mook? And have you thought about what happens with that NPC mook in that universe, or in that dimension, or in that timeline?
Hold on to that theory. Look at the thing I sent to you on Discord.
Oh god, you're making me all tab again.
Just looking at if Ghost Rider wasn't already scary. If the Ghost Riders weren't already feared.
Oh. That's a fuck mothering mammoth. Okay.
Imagine that coming at you.
Understood.
That actually would be kind of terrifying.
Yeah, Ghost Rider is the epitome of my favorite fucking
But like
anime.
a perfect example, I was thinking, I think this was when I was playing a video game. Yeah, I think it was like I was playing Control. I died and I had a thought process that was like, I wonder what this timeline would be like because of the main character, the person who basically saves the oldest house. Jessie, she dies, right? So in that timeline, what happens? And I love thinking stuff like that through and being like, do they get a promotion? Do they like get to go home and be like, guess what? I took out the person our boss wanted us to take out. Like, you know what I mean?
Or do they just get shot?
Or like, do they? Yeah. Like, what happens? Because I'm trying to think of a DMC, Devil May Cry, in a situation where you're playing as whoever you're playing as, and you're fighting a boss, and you've had a situation, I'm assuming, where you've died against a boss, right?
I mean, everyone died to Virgil. So.
Of course. Think of a
If you
world
didn't die
now
to Virgil, then you're.
where, like, what would the world be like if that situation stays permanent?
It's kind of already touched upon in a weird way because
Damn it.
they tell you the stakes, so you can kind of assume what will happen. If we talk about DMC 3, Virgil would get killed off too. I'm not going to explain why. I'm not going to explain that. I'm just going to say that and move on. But because of that and because of what happens, it would be the same thing as any other Devil May Cry. Demons take over Earth. You move on. And then Doom Guy comes in. Doom and DMC are canon. Fuck.
Oh, that's great. But I've always like, I've never really always thought about that, but I've lately started to think more and more about
know
that.
what a good thought is?
Of like, what
Imagine if
happens
the
when the main
demons-
character dies? What?
You
Sorry,
wanna know
what?
a good thought?
What?
Imagine if the demons didn't kill Daisy the rabbit.
No longer a threat.
I know, right? Dumbass
He
demons.
only went back to hell to avenge Daisy.
When Doomslayer was John Wick before John Wick was a thing.
Yep. And then John Wick got into Fortnite, and the people that used that skin were fucking gods. Because that was season
Why?
1. That
Why?
was season 1.
Was that a fucking thing?
And they legitimately became John Wicks in that game. They were, if you were running that skin, you were good. There was no doubt.
Literally, it became a
You were
meme.
feared.
Like, it became a meme. I've felt that meme when I was really big into Fortnite. Of like, oh my god, it's
It was season,
like instead of
it was
Jason
season
Bourne,
1.
it's John Wick.
And straight up, I get that like Fortnite gets shit on and stuff like that, but there was a time where it was good.
The reason,
Season
yeah,
1.
when Fortnite added the time when Fortnite started to peter off is around the time they decided to add mechs, and I'm not joking either. It's that decision changed a lot of the player base.
I wasn't really gonna play. I stopped playing Fortnite when I didn't have that many friends to play with, just because
It happens.
that shit happens. You move on. But the one thing that I do vividly remember is I had a lot of fun with it, and I genuinely like wanted to like continue it. And I've went back to Fortnite and had some fun with it, but
But it's not the same.
sense- It's not the same. It's more in the sense like it's kind of a game that you just pick up and drop again and pick up and drop again and pick up and drop again until you know you just don't touch it anymore.
I thought about playing it, but haven't had the desire to do so. I had a little bit of a laugh recently. Did you hear that they added like an Among Us type thing, a type game mode in it?
Of course.
But
Yeah,
the
yeah,
best
of course.
part is there's no like in-game team speak when you're doing it. So, like, if you want to do the proper Among Us without typing towards each other, you need to be in voice chat on Discord with everybody.
You mean what you do already?
I know, but like, you would think
Unless you got a mod.
you would think that Fortnite would have expanded on that idea. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
Like, anytime somebody utilizes an idea that's already created, I always hope that they expand on the idea, not literally copy, Control C, Control V. You know what I mean? Obviously, that's not what happened. Obviously, but the general premise remains the same.
I learned this recently and stuff, but there's a joke that Skullgirls did, which
Oh,
is
God.
another fighting game.
Yeah, I know
And
about
by the way,
Skullgirls because of Sonic
Skullgirls
Fox.
finally getting recognition after all these fucking years and getting basically a DLC. And finally shining because Evo was thrown online. And Skullgirls had the good netcode.
Yeah, no, it's funny. I heard about that. It's like, okay, Skullgirls finally gets recognized. It was almost like a meme type thing I was reading, where it's like, ah, yes, well, we all needed a pandemic so Skullgirls could finally get recognition because of their
Like all the
netcode.
games that had really good netcode that were just getting no recognition
Now
got
are
it.
thriving.
Like Guilty Gear Strive couldn't come out at a better fucking time.
Was it because of the pandemic
month
that
ago.
made Among Us popular?
Yeah, I think so.
Because you want to know the first time I ever saw Among Us was? I was on a private Discord thing with a couple of my online buddies, and they sent
We've been
me
live for 2 hours.
a link to a video by an individual under the name of Kaiff, K-A-I-F-F. And it was this weird game that I never heard about, Among Us. It's like a social deduction game, yada yada yada, you know. And I'm laughing my ass off at the interactions between these people and the game. And I'm like, this game's pretty fun. And then, like, right after that, pandemic hits. That game, it fucking explodes. And I was like, holy shit.
It also killed Fall Guys, basically.
Well, Fall Guys exists, but it's a game that literally is like, hey, I still exist. Okay, thanks for staying high.
Yeah, it was popular for like a month.
A flash in the pan popularity. It sucks when there's a lot of games like that have that. Hell, I played. Yeah, you know I played fucking Fall Guys. I played Fall Guys with you, didn't I?
I played it too. Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
And
it's
you
fun.
You were shocked how good I was at it.
I'm starting to not be as shocked about how good you are at games because you're just
I mean,
you're good at all games basically. It feels
I
like.
grew up on it. I grew up on gaming.
I mean,
like,
I feel like that was an insult because I also grew up on gaming. It's just fuck you.
I got
maybe?
100%.
What?
So this will never be and of course, all the crazy shit happens when I'm not streaming.
I was just about to say that.
I actually, so I need like a 53 to pass. If I picked a 1%, I would have still fucking got it.
Oh, the hack! I was confused about what you were talking about. You're talking about a hack. Holy crap.
I got the full bar.
That's awesome.
That's never gonna happen again. That's never gonna happen again. I swear to you, it only happens on rookies. And it happens during it doesn't even happen during the race, it happens during my practicing.
It's funny you say that because a lot of speedrun stuff happens like that too, you know? Like, people will practice and practice and practice and nail the thing over and over and over again, but when they do the final, like, when they do the actual speedrun, nope.
Oh, it's like that with me with fucking, I'm practicing the input, I nail it, I nail it, I nail it, I nail it, I fucking
And then,
derp.
yep, it happens.
It's like, ah, shit. Like, the cheer in my voice, like, oh, I fucking hit it! Like, I fucking did
You know
the
what's
input,
slowly becoming some of my favorite content to consume? Heartbeat monitor, scary games content.
I never got into that stuff.
I don't know why. I just like seeing the numbers go up, I guess. I'm a very simple individual to please, right? I see a number, it's at a level, something happens, a scream occurs, that number goes up, I smile. I'm very
I'm starting to grow
easy.
very numb to horror games.
Well, then don't get me wrong. I'm kind of like that with horror games as well. Like I've started. See, the problem is my brain like when I realize it's a video game, my brain goes, "This is dumb."
I'm more in the sense like instead of being scared about the like say an outlast with the, the people hunting you down, I'm like, how did this all start?
Well, it's not even that. It becomes more frustrating to me. Like in Alien Isolation, like, legitimately, I enjoy a game. Like I experience more like.
You want to know how I make that game less scary?
Here's how I
More
word it.
funny?
Oh God, how?
You call the alien Jerry.
Yep, you give a name to anything, it makes it less scary. I know about that. I tend not
You're
to.
screaming, Jerry, no, run!
I tend not to name anything in a horror game because I don't want that to happen. Because
I want that to happen because I don't want to be. I'm very
it's already bad enough for me that when my brain has the starting realization of like this is a game, this is programmed to do this. It's not scary.
Oh yeah,
it's,
do you?
It's
No,
it's a
game we need to get.
barrier.
It's a game
It's
we
a
actually
what's
need
it
to
called?
get.
All right.
They're making another, almost like a Colonial Marines. They're making another style like that.
I've seen it advertised. It's $40 right now on.
We need to fucking get it, dude.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, well, I know who's gonna be badgering me to get this game. Smile. It's coming out in a couple days, isn't it?
So,
Coming out in a couple days, isn't it?
I think it is. I don't know. But I will say this outright. Did you like Alien vs Predator?
I mean, of course. Yeah, that game. I'm kind of was saddened that it like fell under the radar as much as it seems to have fallen on the radar.
It's a good game.
Because it's like it's short, sure, but it's got really good mechanics. It like I actually felt like a Colonial Marine. I actually felt like an alien. I actually felt like a predator. It didn't feel like it was just the same exact. Sorry. It didn't feel like it was a reskinned story. You know what I mean?
No, it was genuinely, and the Predator one is so fucking hard to do.
Yeah. A couple people
Holy
came by and were like,
shit.
"Oh, Alien's the hardest story. Alien's the hardest story." Maybe for you, for me, Predator was the hardest story.
Alien was just the hardest for the controls because it was like, whoa.
I
when you're
kind
on
of
the
picked
roof
up.
and then
I
when you're on
kind
the
of.
ground, huh?
Yeah, it was disorienting, but I kind of picked
Like,
up the Alien storyline really fast.
Easy one would be Marine because obvious.
I was actually surprised at how easy the Marine storyline was, but I was so happy that it was. Like,
Yeah.
mind you, on the hardest difficulty is going to be different.
You remember the movie Avatar with the blue people?
Yes.
Not with the other.
Yes.
The game
That's the only
that
Avatar
came out-
movie that exists. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, totally. Just like how there's only animated Dragon Ball movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Not
totally.
like no dumbass did
I
a
don't
thing
mind,
where they did a
I
thing.
don't mind Japan's live action because they actually try to live up to it.
Same, but the problem is it's Americanized
Oh, that's
stuff.
right.
It's not that it's Americanized, it's that the people who do it Hollywoodify it. That's the problem.
Thing is,
It gets tainted by Hollywood.
Hollywood kind of. I mean, that's why I don't like watching a lot of military movies because they have to add in a love story because love is what makes the movie. I just want to see the fucking battle, man. I'm watching, like, if the movie is called Passchendaele, I want to see Passchendaele. I don't want to see this love story.
It's funny you mention that because recently apparently the Punisher movie that came out, I can't remember
The old one or the new one?
the older one.
The older one's good.
Thank you. Yeah, very good. I remember watching it and
I mean, you want to hear a story?
well, I got a story for you too if it's the same thing. The Russian, when he fights the Russian.
He got stabbed.
Yeah, legitimately stabbed.
Actually,
Yep.
and the guy's just like, hey, can I get some like human glue?
Super glue, yeah, whatever it was, skin glue or whatever.
Yeah, skin glue, and proceeded to like do the scene for it. It's like genuinely everyone's just like, what the fuck?
What a fucking badass. Gets stabbed by a blunted knife.
Doesn't even notice.
Not only does he not notice, he proceeds to be like, all right, glue my shit up and let's continue on with the scenes.
Funniest shit that they're describing is so they wanted the Punisher to get picked up, so they were going to use wires. Russian dude, like the wrestler proceeds to just pick him up.
Yeah.
So like this, right?
And it was the actual actor that decided to do the scene, and I don't know if that was because I want to do the scene myself, or I stabbed this guy.
Genuinely, you can see the terror, like
let him
must
throw
hurt.
me through a fucking
That
wall.
must have hurt. That really must have hurt.
Hilariously enough, that
you-
must have hurt, and getting stabbed didn't. What? What?
I mean, to be fair, he didn't even flinch. He just smiled.
I mean, he was in
That's what
character.
makes-
I watched the scene, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's him actually getting fucking stabbed right now. And he's like in character, like, holy shit.
That's insane. And the thing is, when it comes to certain stuff, there's certain stuff you just don't do. But with aliens, there's so much stuff that I wish that they showed.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff that they could still explore because in the comics they show way more. They never showed the Xenomorph King. They never showed the human that lived among the aliens.
And
that
that
get
would be
killed.
such a fucking amazing story.
It's a legitimate story. The guy, what is it? The aliens took him in, I think, and they were actually like feeding him, and you were able to see the aliens' lair
And
and how
like, is
everything
there I need to
So
look
the
this shit
aliens
up.
weren't just like mindless killing machines.
Well, that's the thing. They aren't mindless killing machines.
They're just animals, basically.
They're not just animals. They're super intelligent, hunters.
Just like how the Predator refuses to allow humans to have their technology.
The
That's one of the many reasons why that
xenomorph
they-
and predator. The xenomorph and predator storyline, not just like of aliens versus predator, but
So
in,
many
like,
different Predator variations.
in general.
so
And it's like
yeah.
the hierarchy of the predators. The fact that they're like their honor is
Okay,
like
so you could legitimately walk up to a Predator, wave to him, and if you're not a threat, he won't kill you.
yeah, you could probably have a bear with a predator, you know?
Seriously, like, and the thing is, if you, and this was shown in the movies, if you kill an alien, they will see you as one of their
Yep,
own.
yep, that was.
It was shown in the movies.
But the reason I brought up that Punisher was because apparently that was like they tried to say as true to the source material as possible. But for some reason, I feel like that Punisher movie got bad reviews critically.
I mean, Venom got bad reviews. Why? I don't know.
I mean,
Is Carnage going to get bad reviews? Probably.
I heard people
Well, it
talking
depends.
negatively
No.
about Carnage's character.
What?
Well, maybe not. Maybe it was a clickbait thing title. I didn't actually watch the video, but based on the title, it was like they keep making Carnage a ridiculous character.
Do you know what he is?
Yes, that's why I was like, I'm gonna have to watch this after the stream.
It took Deadpool with 5 symbiotes to take care of Carnage.
I'm pretty sure the actual lore that exists is that
They were trying to make
Symbiote?
a super symbiote.
Symbiote is as fucked up as he is because he tried to bind to Deadpool. I've heard that somewhere.
I think I've heard that too, but then again, I know about the 5 symbiotes that bound to him to take out Carnage. I know that one.
Yeah,
But the thing
well,
is-
the scene that from the commercial, the scene that made me go, oh yeah, no, they're gonna be like, yeah, no, Carnage is a badass. Was the scene where
In the church.
dude starts to immediately deform and go, that's a red one, and I was like,
What are you doing? No, that's a red one.
yeah.
You know what? I will let you eat
Everyone.
all the people.
Yeah, all the people. Promise? Promise. Oh yeah. That like
Fucking hell.
I
that
want
got
that.
me
That's what I
laughing.
want from like I don't want a comic book movie to take itself too seriously. I want it to be
There's
like,
serious moments.
you know?
Don't get me, there are serious moments.
and
but
that's
in a comic
awesome.
book movie that takes itself too seriously, you get a comic book movie like Constantine, where it could have been better if it was a bit more lighthearted. But then again, I also don't mind the Keanu Reeves
I was just
one.
about to say that the Keanu Reeves one I really enjoyed,
I don't
but
mind.
it could have had
but
a little bit more lightheartedness than it
If
did.
you compare it to the show, it doesn't stand a chance. The show's better.
True. I try and
But
I'm when I go back and I watch some of these movies that I talk about in such a positive light, even with Doom, I
And
try
also
not to,
what,
but it's so hard
so,
not to
you know the
reference
show
the source
Lucifer,
material.
right?
What?
Like, you know the show Lucifer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that-
Yes.
That's DC.
Yep. DC.
That
DC's kind of been hitting a couple of home runs lately, if I'm not mistaken.
But then they're making then again, they got James Gunn as a director for Suicide Squad, so he's just a good director.
Yeah.
He made I recall this vividly, that they picked out the songs before they picked out the scenes.
You know that scene? Have you watched not the second, but the Suicide Squad? I hate when they do that, but like they basically, let's mulligan it and remake the first, like, because I read it up on it. Apparently, Suicide Squad. Shut up. Suicide Squad. Is not it's not a direct sequel, even though there are other characters in the Suicide Squad. It's basically them going, let's try again. Try again.
No Joker. Because Joker's making Morbius right now. That Joker's making Morbius, and I'm looking so forward to Morbius. Again, the 11th Doctor is supposed to be the main villain of that entire movie, and I'm so happy.
Morbius? I've heard of that recently. I think you mentioned. I fucking saw that advertised. Oh.
It's so good. It looks
so fucking good.
Because here's the thing, when it comes to Doctor Who, I legitimately have a favorite looking Doctor. That's the 11th Doctor because he looks so good, and he's also the meme of like, listen here, you little shit.
Yeah.
That's like, and he is supposed.
You know
to
what to do, right? Run.
Like, yeah.
That's like I've seen all those episodes.
Yeah, I'm the Doctor.
With that Doctor.
Run. Like, genuinely, I
such a badass feeling.
But the thing is, he's supposed to be the main villain for Morbius.
Hey, can't wait to see.
That actor is. And that actor's only 38.
Really? That's awesome.
Apparently. But the thing is, I genuinely am like hyped because if we are actually doing this correctly, Marvel Zombies could technically become a live action thing.
Okay, it's funny you mentioned that. Did you mention this at a previous date? Or I might have heard somebody talk about that because of that movie. What is Marvel Zombies?
Okay, so basically a dimension opens up and the people that I think it's like the Phantom Brigade or something like the Midnight, it's Morbius, Blade, and like two other like Darkstalkers, I like calling them.
Okay.
And they open a dimension that they're like working on, and well, it's not they open up, but you first see in the world Marvel Zombies, and I think someone gets trapped in the dimension. It's someone, I don't remember who. I remember what happens, but what it basically is, all the superheroes have turned into zombies.
Oh shit. No, okay, yeah, I did hear about this then. As soon as you said that, yeah, I did hear about this.
They're going to make a what if episode of it, because yes, they've showed the preview for it. It's going to be a thing, which is nice. Honestly, really cool. It's a really good storyline to really look at, even read. I just haven't fully read it yet. But basically it got to the point where at the end of the first volume, because yes, after a whole comic finishes volume 1 and 2 in a big booklet, which is the best way to read the comics, honestly. What basically happened was Silver Surfer came down, saw the commotion of what was happening, and they ate him alive. Didn't turn him, ate him alive, and gained cosmic powers.
Cosmic powered zombies.
Cosmic powered zombies. They proceeded to go take over the rest of the universe, and then after a while, once they were off, because someone was, I think it was Ant-Man was trying to create a cure. It was feeding on a living Black Panther, like this hero Black Panther that wasn't turned to just keep himself sane to work on a cure. But after a while, they opened up a dimension to the 616 universe, and they started invading.
Okay.
It's a storyline that I think you could definitely like do well with. Now the people are like, how does Deadpool become a zombie? I mean, right now Deadpool just kept the zombie head as a fucking pet still. So
Why not?
fuck your
See,
logic.
you know what? No, here's what's funny. I've actually started to come across the thing of like, when you want to, okay, this is gonna sound weird, but when you want to try and excuse something, I'm gonna say, why the hell not? Let's just throw it out there and see how it works, right? However, there's a vast difference between that and what a live action adaptation is. Keyword adaptation. I don't think I need to go on this rant. At least not today.
Like, I
But
think it would be smart, since Marvel does its own thing of like, you know, we're going to make origins of this, of how the virus started. We were never shown how it started.
that's awesome.
To make it
An origin story.
origin
that.
of the zombies.
That
And
would be.
the thing is,
What
that
would you?
be
Okay,
good.
what would you want to see for an origin story for it? Like what type of like what causes it?
What causes it is, well, we could go with the Fantastic Four. What causes
Ooh.
it? They tried to cure something, and that's everything happens. Tried to create a virus, or they tried to kill. They tried to use a kill all switch like every other zombie movie to kill the Skrull.
Ah.
Backfires. One person turns into another, and after a while, it's like, oh well, you know, what about Wolverine and stuff like that? The infection.
See,
in the air.
make it a fucking vicious, like.
It's not.
It doesn't have to be
It-
explained. It is what it
it
is.
doesn't,
If you get bit by this fucking shit or you get infected with it, you're fucked. End of story.
No, I'm not treating it as a bit. I'm treating it. It's airborne.
Well, that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to get at. If you like,
Like,
basically,
it's airborne.
if you get infected, you're fucked. You don't, no excuses, no. But Superman,
You're just
fuck
fucked.
that. You fucked. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Like,
that is the
reason why
situation.
Silver Surfer wasn't, you know, infected was it happened on Earth. It stayed on Earth. And the thing is, by the time that Silver Surfer would get to Earth, it already passed. Like it. The Earth
It's
is
already got to the point to where it's too far gone.
Yeah, but you can still breathe the air now because the thing isn't airborne anymore. It just kind of fucked everyone already.
That would be
So-
such an interesting thing. Like, I want to see that now.
I don't get why people don't like Marvel Zombies. It's actually genuinely like a decent side story.
I don't get why people harp on, because it's just, this is what it is. It's basically, this is the way that I look at it. This might be one of those takes that people hear and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't give a shit. This is my opinion about it. And if you disagree, more power to you. Basically, what comic books are, actually no, not basically, what comic books are somebody's fan fiction brought in a different media. It's a comic book. Anybody can make a fucking comic book. And Marvel could be like, hey, I like your comic book. We want to buy the rights to utilize you. You keep making the comic book, we'll pay you. It'll be Marvel now, right?
That's
like
why Stan Lee made so many stuff.
what?
Stan Lee, he's
Yeah.
still going to be made.
Stan Lee, oh, such an amazing creator.
Hey, a Grenadier has Untouchable and Ever Vigilant.
What? Okay, sure.
Oh,
But-
this is a screenshot.
But it's like, for fuck's sake, 50 Shades of Grey, which I hate talking about because as somebody who, like, I kind of became a
we're
little
gonna
bit.
bring that up. We're gonna bring up Twilight.
That's why I had to bring it up. I had to because as somebody who started making fan fictions when I was a junior in high school, I started to think like a creator. So now I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm really good at writing or whatever. Whatever. I like to see myself. I could look at things with a critical eye. I went through and I read the bullshit that is that original work, and it's like, it was originally supposed to be a Twilight fan fiction. All the individual did was make different names for it, and it became so fucking popular, even though, like, it's, in my opinion, meh. that it got, what, 50 fucking movies and books and shit like that, and it's like... People like it, they're allowed to like it. But I'm not gonna harp on it and be like, nobody should like it. If you like it, sure, whatever. My own thing is...
I mean, a lot of people hate the Ghost Rider movie when I love it.
I like the Ghost Rider movie too. But that's my
It's
thing.
actually really good.
I don't think people should harp on certain things as much as they do harp on things.
With everything that kind of happens, and when it comes to comics, Civil War, people are just like, this was so cool. The comics are, if you love that movie, read the comics, it is on a whole different fucking level. Instead of like a few heroes, it's a few fucking hundred.
That's awesome.
And the thing is, and this is a spoiler, but I don't care.
Yeah,
This comic
whatever.
has been out for a while. This is what I'm going to tell people to motivate. But Spider-Man switches sides halfway through.
Well, that would have been neat to see in the film.
You wanna know why?
I mean, the Spider-Man scene was pretty epic, but having him suddenly do that would have been...
It makes sense. You wanna know why?
But what's funny, it makes sense, but what's funny is with the way that they're doing their story, like the way they did the
It's so,
MCU?
It's on a smaller scale.
I know, but it's on a smaller scale, yes, but it kind of fits more with the grand scheme of things. Like, if you look at everything outside of that, it
Makes sense.
it wouldn't work. Like, certain things wouldn't work as much as they do now, as they would have, if you know what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, and the thing is, so the reason why Spider-Man switches sides halfway through, you know Mysterio, right? You know, he was introduced.
I was going to make a
Mysterio,
WWE joke. I was gonna say Rey Mysterio. Yeah, I know him.
Rey Mysterio is also one of my favorite wrestlers.
I mean, I fucking like him too. Why do you think my first thought was, yeah, I know Rey Mysterio?
God, Undertaker will be missed.
Oh yeah.
Damn. He's not dead. He's just retired.
I know. That was
and he's like such a nice guy too. Fucking hell.
I know, right?
The opposite spectrum. But he was seen as a Grim Reaper in WWE.
He fit the role so well. He played his character. He played his character so well.
No one would know that he's actually genuinely a good guy. And I love how the story is like he was like the judge and jury for wrestlers. Like, you fucked up.
I'll never forget when he fucking... I don't remember who it was. I'll just never forget. He put somebody in the fucking coffin and nailed it shut. That was like...
Also that time that he crawled out of the stage and dragged someone in.
That was a big one too. But there are moments like that is why The Undertaker will forever and always be
Also putting
my
someone on a
favorite wrestler. Like, that...
He's insane, and plus his special move, flipping the eyes, it's like, that can't be done. Like, that, what the fuck?
And he's such a big dude, too.
Yeah, honestly. But, it's always nice to be like, oh, that was just an act. I'm actually genuinely a nice dude. It's like, oh, neat. Like, the thing is with everything that's been shown and what Marvel wants to do, like, so with Mysterio...
I'm curious about Blade. I want to see what they do with Blade.
Yeah, the remaking. I want them to have the same actor.
Yeah.
Fuck you, I don't care. Old Blade's my Blade.
I really wanted Wesley Snipes as well.
They're not going to get past him as that, though.
No. And it's just one of those... People are going to have to bite, like, going to have to fucking... If they want to watch the new Blade, they're going to have to accept it.
I mean, I refuse to watch the new Hellboy because John Perlman's my fucking Hellboy.
They're not doing that. Legit,
No,
that's what...
They did a new Hellboy without him.
That's why I haven't heard about that movie.
And guess what? Hellboy has a southern accent.
Okay, first of all, I was literally about to say, you know, I'm kind of a person that's like, maybe, like, when they
No.
change actor, like
Look.
there's certain characters. There are certain characters that there's Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, Hugh Jackman is Wolverine, Ron Perlman is
Hellboy.
fucking.
There's
Yeah,
no,
these
like,
are there are no ifs, ands, or buts about these. These are like
and
the
people say,
rules
no,
of the
Wolverine's
universe.
just an alias. Okay, fine. Let's go with the comics. Make Edge 23 Wolverine.
I would be okay
Make
with
it
that.
23
That is the only
I am fine with
only way that I will be able to accept
I swear.
another
everyone gets
Wolverine
mad
in
at
the future.
Edge 23 being
If they try
Wolverine.
and
It's like,
pull some shit where it's like, oh, here's Wolverine, and it's a different person, I'd be like, nope.
they set everything
Hashtag not
up.
my
If you
Wolverine.
sit and watch the old Wolverine movies, they set everything up.
They did.
It's insane.
It's
I'm
perfectly
like,
set up. And if they go a different route, like if they like cut the wheel, it's gonna piss so many people off, including me and probably yourself.
Cause I sat and watched The Wolverine, by the way, a really good Wolverine movie, not even gonna lie. And it has one of my favorite scenes of the guy takes a poison arrow out from one of the hunters, straight up says, "Are you the one that killed the bear?" "Yeah." "Why?" "I would like to buy this man a drink." Look, he walks
Yep.
up to the man, stabs his fucking hand,
Yep.
and then, drinks a little bit,
Because he
That's
smelled
where I
it. He
found it.
smelled the fucking poison.
asked me where I found it. Poisons the alcohol, ask me where I found it.
Yep.
Where do you
Oh.
find that? Find that you should ask. Yeah, I found it in a bear because someone didn't have the balls enough to track him down and kill him, like, mercifully.
That
Leaving
scene.
the bear into rage, killing 4 people.
That fucking scene.
And it's just like, well, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't dip my arrows in anything. Well, then you have nothing to worry about. Proceeds to look at the arrow in shock. Smacks him with a glass bottle. He's just angry and just, everyone sees his power. And it's like, sorry, Jane. And then Yukio stops him. Kicks the one guy that was going to hold a pistol at her. Cuts the bottle. Cuts the chair. And tells Wolverine, I'm parked in the back. I watched that scene too much. I love
mean,
it, though.
I watched it I think twice, and I
watched it
as soon as you
five.
started talking about it, I remembered the whole fucking sequence. It was so fucking
It is
good.
it's so beautiful of how they did it and what they did for it and how it showed Wolverine and the shit that he was going through. And I also like the Canadian accent in it because it's very subtle, but it's like noticeable.
Of course, you would like that. I had to say it in that way.
Cause you could tell. That's the thing. And what's nice is like, yeah, Canadian accents aren't that thick. Like it's noticeable when you go into certain places, but it's not that noticeable. Like fuck, no one if I never said I was Canadian, no one would figure it out.
Honestly, I thought you
Because-
were Central U.S. when you were talking about what? No, it's not Central. Western, right? I don't fucking know. I thought you were when we were first talking that's where you were located at.
Yeah, no, I don't sound Canadian.
I mean, there's a lot of people that don't really sound Canadian when you think about it. That are.
Yeah, because Canada is so Americanized, it's just kind of crazy. If you really think about it.
You
actually
said
never
that, and my
thought-
brain just like did the tire screeching sound because I was like, yeah, but they don't fucking care about their guns as much as America does.
No, but they care about the people that are in the country.
Understandable.
Yeah, that's where I'm leaving it.
Yeah, understandable. Have a nice day. Moving on.
Moving on, because that's a touchy subject.
Everything's a touchy subject. Like, fucking, I want to talk about the business decisions that fucking OnlyFans is making, but I can't do that. I mean, I can, because I don't give a fuck.
I don't know, and I don't care.
But
That's my philosophy for that.
well, I'm just figuring out. Honestly, over the past couple of days, I've been figuring out that apparently I'm really passionate about business analytics stuff and like business decisions and shit. Something I never thought I would be passionate about. But long story
the more you
short, long story short,
Oh wait, Tomb. Do you
Ye-
like Monkey Ball?
I know of it. Never played it. It's interesting.
They're remastering 1 and 2.
You've told me this, I think, before.
Yeah, you should get it. It's like $40. They're fun.
I'll
They're
be putting it
actually
on my
fun.
long list. There's a lot of games that are on my long list.
Well, I'm saying that for the Deluxe Edition because you get the soundtrack, you get some bonus maps, you get some bonus skins.
Neat.
Normal is like $30 for 2 games. That's fine. That's good. That's good price.
More than likely, I'm gonna have to, like, I'm gonna buy these the games, like, they've been on my list for a while, my short list for a while, so I'm gonna get them first, Skyrim and...
So what you tell me is I need to buy that game again.
Please, like, if you really, really want to, go for it, right?
I mean, I did it with the Alien.
I know.
With
I'm just
Valkyrie.
saying, you
Yeah,
don't
and I'm
have
just
to.
saying, I got good taste in gaming.
You do, and I'm just saying you really don't have to. You do whatever you want to do. If you want to do that, go for it.
When people say I don't have to, it makes me want to do it more.
I fucking stop. I'm over here going. They fucking do it again. I'm gonna do what I did last time. The only reason I'm pretty much playing this right now is because of this individual, i.e. you. So, this game is sponsored by Grantkirkland. I actually think I made a joke like that one day on the Aliens playthrough.
And what's funny, I didn't show up at all.
I
that
know,
day.
you showed up like once or twice. You didn't show up on the first stream. I only did it for 4 days or 3 days or something like that.
I didn't show up to any Alien stream.
Really? You showed up afterwards asking me how was it, and I was like, it was great. It was. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna play it on the hardest difficulty to try and get some of the achievements, and I want to create a group.
Alien game doesn't exist.
I actually
haven't played that game.
Yeah, obviously, I want to create a group so I can get all the achievements for that game, because the only way I'm gonna be able to get the online ones is with a group.
I'm down to hunt you down with a fucking alien. I'm down for that.
I'll probably have to. Okay, so we got one so far. I'll probably be like, make both a tweet and my title of like, "Come fight me," online PC.
One thing that is, imagine it's like, hey Tomb, I need to fight someone in Guilty Gear. I'm buying you Guilty Gear. You're just like, no, I am not fighting you. But why?
I mean, I would partake in getting my ass handed to me on a frequent basis. I would.
Okay, so
I'm not saying get me the game.
No, I'm not spending like
Yeah.
120
I was about to say, don't.
I have my limits.
Yes, good. Okay, you have your limits.
When I don't have the money. Okay, to be fair, I wanted to buy 3 statues of Geralt. That was $50 each.
Did you hear my sigh? Please tell me you heard my sigh.
No.
Oh, that's a shame. You didn't hear my sigh. My sigh of, there are people that are way too kind. First with War Dog, with helping, like, allow me to, first of all, play this fucking game. Like, the only reason I'm as into this game as I am is because of War Dog Leader. And now, I got you going. I exist. Let me get you into games that are on your list.
Okay, but the thing...
I half expected you to go, hey, you know that Aliens game
that
that
Alien
you've seen
game we were
advertised? I
talking
bought it
about?
for you.
Well,
I half expected you to say that, and I was like, please don't. Please don't.
Oh,
I half
I know
expect...
you're going to buy it on your own free will. I
No.
know you're going to buy it.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm like, this motherfucker, I'm gonna spend $40 damn. I don't want to fucking motherfucker.
Grant, why didn't you make me fucking buy this game? It's like, hey, you shut up! I made you play the best.
And the best part is, as
fucking
soon as
game
I
in
saw it
this game.
advertised, I'm like, well, I know who I'm gonna be playing with in this game.
And then you're going to be hearing me scream, "Die, Xeno scum!"
And the way they make it looks so fun. It
looks
really
that-
does.
it
The
looks
amount
like
of
what
different,
Colonial Marines was
the
supposed to
amount
be.
of different xenomorphs that exist.
God, that's gonna be fun. Like I said, it looks like if it's not multiplayer, I'm gonna be pissed.
It has to be multiplayer. There is no way in hell they're gonna come out with that game and it's not multiplayer. That looks like it's one of those like you could play it on by yourself, yeah, sure, but it looks like it's one of those games that you have to play it all multiplayer.
See, here's the thing.
It looks like
game.
a Left 4
looks
Dead
like what-
game. It looks like a Left 4 Dead game,
There was Xenos.
but with Xenos. That's what it looks like to me.
You mean the mod that you can make Xenos zombies? Yeah, that's a thing.
I mean,
I'm not kidding.
if you think about it, there's a mod of it, kind of a situation.
I mean, Left 4 Dead has a mod for everything, so.
There's a lot of games that have a mod for everything. But
And that's
real
just
talk, it does look like a 4V E. Like, you know how they have PvE? It looks like a 4VE. Yes.
Let's hope they can get the job done without a
But the thing is, Colonial Marines was supposed to be like that, with no multiplayer, but it's supposed to be like a really heavy Xeno hunting. And the one piece of the code was messed up, so that fucked up the AI.
Oh, that's a shame.
So the Xenos were actually really easy to fight. So this is legitimately what it was meant to be. But when people ask, if people ever ask, what's the best Alien game? It is that game I bought you right fucking there.
Yeah,
dude.
Aliens versus Predator is, but every storyline felt different perfectly to the characters that you were playing as. I actually
Like, when
felt
you
for
were-
like literally, I was like, man, I'm so glad 6 made it out. What?
You actually care?
Yeah, like what? I could understand caring about the Predator and caring about the Colonial Marine,
Yeah, because
and the way they end it is like, yeah, no, this is the situation. The Marine gets the bad end. The Predator and the Alien get the good end.
Makes sense.
And it fits with the lore of the world.
The thing is,
Fucking whaling,
like,
you Tommy.
people that say, first of all, I get it's dated. It does look old. I understand that, but it, like I said, it's the best Alien game we have ever fucking got. It is legitimately the saying, it's a hero we got, but we didn't deserve.
And people don't realize that it's a hero.
It's
you know?
such a beautiful, and the multiplayer is just like, oh, the multiplayer can't be that good. Alien versus Predator versus Human, all in the same match.
We've been picking up unusual readings coming from
Yes.
I do definitely hope to get I do want to get all those achievements at some point, and I will. I'm definitely gonna be playing that game again in the future on
And
the
then
hardest
on top of that,
difficulty.
me getting you Valkyria Chronicles really hit you in them feels.
That there's I will say, have you beat that game yet?
I know. It's
You
on
need
my
to go.
list.
You need to go ahead and don't do that one.
I know the story's good. I know. The
Because
story's
there's
good.
some things I want to talk about with you so badly, but I can't.
And also how I'm a crazy fuck that says, yeah, you know that crazy chick that's involved with the commander that's also a Valkyrie? Yeah, that's waifu.
No, you're not. You're not wrong. Yes. Then again, my tastes are a little bit.
And then people are just like, oh, you watch a company get killed. Who is the best person in that stuff? You mean the crazy bitch that has ice powers? Yes.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit similar taste when they're crazy and they will kill you if you fucking piss them off. Where do I sign? Where do I sign?
But the thing is, like, honestly, listen to UFO Defense. It's a very good soundtrack. Not even gonna lie.
Next week, I don't know what I'm gonna play. I was debating on playing ukulele.
Oh yeah. How
Since it
many
was free
missions
from
have you
Epic.
done?
On what? Like 3, 4 maybe?
Yeah, I've done 3. Like, I've done like 5 or 6.
Oh god.
But they've been like long missions. But the thing is, like, okay, so
Moving to position.
here's the tier list for me, anyways. I have Lucy from Helltaker.
Position confirmed.
Yeah,
Alright.
every single character I picked the one that was the Queen of Hell. Because of course I did.
That's why I said alright. As soon as you said that, I was like, I kind of almost rolled my eyes, but I was like, nah, it fits. It fits.
Esdeath, I think it's Savannah or something like that.
So,
I think that was her name. Sullivan?
Selvaria,
yeah,
I believe.
yeah.
Selvaria. Peace?
Ash from Overwatch. Kind of makes sense. I'm trying to remember everything. Toru, a 69,000-year-old dragon, as a human that could shapeshift, whatever.
Understandable.
Yeah, and a Ninetales, also, in No Game No Life.
Moving to designated coordinates.
That
Alright.
was the mother of the War Beast.
Uh,
That has 9 tails. Because of course.
alright. I'm over here. I'm trying to go through my list, and I'm like, who would make that list? Like, my like I it's funny you say this because my first ever like video game crush was Meryl Silversberg from Metal Gear Solid, right? Like,
Quiet.
very understandable and very agreeable. For me, it was a situation where like young me just starting to hit that stage of, oh, girls exist, and seeing that
don't have
individual.
Who the fuck started that shit?
What?
Cooties.
I don't know. I never had the cooties thing. Like, I never went through and
never
like, oh,
had it
girls
either.
have cooties. I was like, when I first heard about that, I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Girls are amazing. And as I've grown older, boys are also amazing as well. God, that sounds weird. Guys, I gotta say guys and girls. I can't say it like females and males. It sounds weird saying it like that. It just, yeah. Males.
Granted, I don't go for all the crazy chicks. Because yeah, Bayonetta's hot, but not really my thing.
Eh.
It's like cool.
I'm an idiot.
Ironically, I went for the only dragon in Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Oh, okay.
So my goal is like, okay, I'm going to go for Lady Rhea because Palutena is also waifu material for me, and they both have green hair. Yeah, no, colored hair, like anime colored hair, really weirdly gets me. It makes no sense.
I know for some reason it's different. It's not something you can normally attain, right? It's understandable
it's
why
like
it
pure
would be
white
that
hair also gets me. But the thing is, so I went for Lady Rhea, and I'm like, okay, fine. Later in the story, you found out, yeah, she transforms into a dragon. Seriously, I got my first pick to marry was the dragon waifu.
That's great. But no,
Yeah, okay.
kind of funny how like over time the mindset evolves and stuff like that, you know?
I also realized shortly after I have a thing for dragon waifus. I like dragons a lot. If it's not noticeable on who's my favorite VTuber, and Toru's my favorite waifu.
I mean, makes sense.
I mean, yeah, Bahamut's also my favorite summon in Final Fantasy.
But yeah,
and he's
it's kind of funny when you come to realization, like, well, you just don't swing one way, you swing both. But for me,
I mean,
it wasn't
okay,
something that was like, oh no, for me it's just like, cool, neat.
Everyone,
Alright.
I don't care what you say. I barely swing the other way, but Hugh Jackman does. Yeah.
I mean, hey, you like what you like.
Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, they definitely, and Chris Pratt, yep, definitely. But it's not that like, oh yeah, no, I'm like, I genuinely want to be their friend.
That's the thing.
That's how my brain works.
Okay, here's the thing. The problem with a lot of people is people have a tendency to forget that these individuals are humans. Humane. And it's over here, and I'm over here going, I just want to hang out with people. Like, I would love to be able to sit back. Sit back.
That'd be great.
With, so many.
Keanu.
Yes.
The voice actor for War. That'd be cool. But so many.
David.
The voice actor for Dante.
David Hayter is one on my list of people that I want to hang out with.
He's definitely one I want to hang out with. 100%. Because here's the funny thing. I know him so much as Hellboy is when I seen Pacific Rim. When he was in that movie, I'm just like, he sounds like Hellboy.
That's funny.
I didn't know who Ron Perlman was. I just straight
he
up
does
he sounds like
a
Hellboy.
couple of voice acting things in Fallout 2. I know that.
Sylvester Stallone did voice acting for Shark King.
Yep, you hear the voice when you know who it is, but before then, I had no fucking idea.
I never knew Vin Diesel was Groot. Until
That
someone told
was
me.
like the first, when I heard about Groot, I heard Vin Diesel was Groot, and I'm like, okay, cool. That was the first time I ever heard about Groot. I never even knew about Rocket Raccoon. I never knew about them until Guardians of the Galaxy movie came
That does
out.
not sound like Vin Diesel.
No, it
No
doesn't.
way.
It fucking fits. Like, did you know for at the time that the Fast and the Furious movies weren't as popular? Like, this was just after the Tokyo Drift came out, and the movies weren't like people were thinking that they weren't going to be coming out with another Fast and the Furious movie. So to get Vin Diesel to actually act, to get like a cameo in Tokyo Drift, he was like, all right, yeah, sure, I'll do this, but you have to sell me the rights to Riddick, Pitch Black. Like, you have to sell me the rights to that. And they were like, fuck it, here. And that's the cameo that Vin Diesel is like for that short amount of time that he's in Tokyo Drift, is because they sold him the rights to
And now he owns Riddick.
Yeah, and that's why that series is getting is going forward as much as it is, because that's another individual. Like, Riddick, the character of Riddick, is like, he even did voice acting for the video games, if I'm not mistaken. Like,
when the games are actually as good as the movies, that's when it's good.
are they?
That's the stuff I like. I don't like. Did you hear about, like, okay, to be fair,
I've seen the playthroughs of Butcher Bay and the other one, and they look good. The stories are great. Have you played them yourself?
No, there's a lot of games that I still need to sit down and play.
Those games are on my list to play because they look really good, and it's voiced by Vin Diesel, so.
But when it comes to what I like saying is, when it comes to how people perceive certain actors going to do certain stuff, it's kind of crazy. And the sense that voice actors, like Tara Strong is such a strong voice actress.
Do you like the Thanos of, not the Thanos, the what, Endgame? Is that it? Where all the actors showed up? The Endgame of voices, like everyone is here.
She is like, not only did she like do a bunch of stuff, but
individuals that voiced my childhood for 500.
She voiced my. So here's the story. As I've announced, I was a brony for a while. So yeah, obviously I knew her as Twilight Sparkle, but I never knew she voice acted one of the characters in my favorite video game. She voice acts Riku in Final Fantasy X.
I'm pretty sure she also voices Meryl. I could be mistaken.
But to be fair, like, Final Fantasy X is genuinely my favorite game. Like, 110%. I love the combat. I love how basic it is. I love how it is basically a difference from Final Fantasy. It is not the generic gather crystals, beat bad guy, blah blah blah. It's a love story that's well done, well written, and the impact it has, and everything just lined up perfectly for everything I kind of grew up and the morals I kind of gained from it.
For me,
it is a
I'm
beautiful
all right
RPG.
with a love story. The only problems I have with love story is when, like,
it's when it's poorly written.
You take not just poorly written, but you take the idea of like Pearl Harbor. I hated the fact that it was wrapped around, like, the focus was the love story, not what happened.
Passchendaele had that. Passchendaele had a love story. Four Feathers also had a love story.
No, I'm saying I'm okay. I
one.
love a love story. I'm like a sucker when it comes to stuff like that.
I do. Okay, so if we're going to talk about love stories, when people,
the problem is when you're gonna, like, the name of the movie is Pearl Harbor.
Right.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know if the love story was done right for Pearl Harbor.
So can I this is going to be a controversial thing, but I'm going to say this.
Go for it. I don't care. There's things I want to talk about that I probably will end up talking about because
There
fuck
should
it.
not be a love story in Titanic.
Nope. And there also shouldn't be a love story in Pearl Harbor. But what's funny
There shouldn't
about
be a love
that?
story in
What's
Passchendaele.
funny about that is I watched a theory video about the dude.
I genuinely thought that the love story was real in Titanic, and when I found out it wasn't, it's like, why is it there?
You know what's funny about that? The reason
Hello?
I'm more okay. Hello? You hear me?
Yeah.
The reason I'm more okay with the love story is because I watched a theory video about how. What's the name of the dude?
In what?
Titanic. The male.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
No, the actor's name. Not the
Leonardo
actor's name.
DiCaprio.
The character's name. Damn it.
No idea.
Anyways, his character is a time
Oh.
traveler.
You
Bear
know what's
with
a
me.
good movie
What?
that I feel like got underrated? I mean this. 9.
Fine.
With all the dolls.
Oh, I need to watch that. I wanted to watch that so badly.
People, have you seen the series?
I've seen a commercial for the movie.
Oh, okay, no. Once you watch 9, sit down and watch all the theories. You're going to dive into a fucking rabbit hole, and it's so good. Because I love the theories, and that's also what made Coraline such a better movie for me. I love that movie. It's my favorite claymation movie, because
That's
Coraline
awesome.
it's great. And when you actually sit down and watch the theories, it makes it so much better.
But yeah,
And 9 is such a good speculation film.
long
beautiful.
story short, the theory is that the male, the dude, goes back in time to make sure the Titanic happens because they live in a world where it doesn't in the traditional sense, and we go to World War II, or was it one? World War One, way earlier than we did in real in actual history, and because of that, we lose the war, yada yada yada, so on and so forth. And the reason it is to like the what confirms it is the bag that he has, the story he tells about the park, which didn't exist at the time, like stuff like that. And in the movie, when Rose, I think her name is about to jump off, dude saves her, and that prevents a search because legally a cruise ship has to like turn around, trace their thing back, and like look for the person if somebody goes overboard, right? And what that would have done is that would have made them miss the iceberg. So Jack, that's his name, Jack. Jack goes back in the past to make sure he saves Rose to prevent the World War I tragedy that occurs. That's the
So,
theory.
I looked up 9. I'm going to tell you this actor is in this movie, and it made this blow my mind. John C. Reilly.
K? Like
He's in 9.
like the Spanish K. Like what?
No, John C. Like, you know, the comedian actor.
No, I know. That's why I'm saying what?
Yeah. Christopher Plummer is in 9. Ijin Wood is the main character. He's 9. What I do... My mind is, like, actually blown. Like, I
My
do not...
mind.
I
Tell me
do not...
no.
God, this makes...
Body.
Yeah, my hand is just stretching to the movie store buying 9.
That's hilarious.
Oh wait, have you seen the meme that's been going around?
There are many memes
so,
that exist.
LeBron James has like this stretchy thing, and people are filling it up with water now.
Oh god. Did you see that video about Will Smith turning down the part of Neo?
Makes sense.
The reason he did is because the people, the Wachowski brothers, is that their names? The pitch they gave him made like
Sucked.
no fucking sense. He was like,
Matrix makes zero fucking sense unless you've seen everything.
yeah, that's why I'm saying that way. Like, I watched it and I'm like, they sound like the two biggest stoners I've ever heard of.
You
Like,
clearly have not seen the Matrix.
it makes it like the people who are talking about it got high and are trying to explain what the Matrix was. You know what I mean?
Bro, do you know, I'm gonna butcher the name. Fred Takascore?
No,
Spear?
not familiar.
He's the voice actor for Soldier 76. He is also in 9.
Oh,
Why does this have an all-star why does this have a strong cast? I thought these were like underrated because the whole philosophy is no one barely talks in that movie.
that's why I'm
Everyone
kind of.
barely
I
talks.
know that. That's the thing. That's why I'm kind of quiet about this, because it's like, you mean to tell me this cast is in a movie where nobody talks?
It's not nobody
I
talks.
know, but
people
like,
barely.
that's the crazy bit. Like, that's the
And
crazy
it's
bit.
such like a movie that like you sit there and you're like, what the fuck is going on? It's it's like Cloverfield.
I don't like found footage movies.
No, it's not found footage.
No,
It's like
I know.
theorization.
I'm kind of segueing though, because like, I like the idea of Cloverfield, but I hated the implementation of it. I'm fucked. How do I do this?
But
But yeah, I'm like, yeah, I understand the concept of found footage, like the Blair Witch and stuff like that, but I hate
wait,
those movies.
What?
What?
I looked up Tara Strong. She's apparently in Loki.
Huh. Can you also see if
So-
she did Metal Gear, voices in Metal Gear Solid really quickly for me, just so I can confirm this? Since you're apparently looking this shit up.
Yeah, well, I already closed the game. I was doing a practice run. Fuck off. Oh, the kids next door. That shit was hype. Owen, it's so crazy to say that Owen Wilson was in Loki. Like, serious. I think that was the biggest shock. Like, also, Tara Strong is Canadian.
Yep.
Ta. People that say, "Oh, the Americans have the best," blah blah blah. It's like, nah, we got like really good. We got like.
No, you
Also-
and your Canadians pump out a lot of really talented people.
Jim Carrey, Ryan Reynolds, Tara Strong. And we pop out some flaws like Justin Bieber, but I mean he got better. He got better.
Like I said, you have a weird
I think
habit
they
of
get
pumping out really talented people.
That gets people underestimate.
I know a lot of people
John
like.
Candy.
I can't talk. I don't know. I can't talk negatively about Justin Bieber because I've never met him. There's a lot of people I've never met. I don't know much about him. I've never heard a lot about him. Like, some of the people I'm talking about, I've heard a lot of good things about. Right? Also,
Yeah,
he's fucking he's a fucking kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
Elsa and Ursa and Melger solid portable ops.
yeah, okay.
But what's funny is you are never going to really, if people actually sat down and listened to John Candy's stand up or his like comedic act, it is very well done. He was a very like a gentle but like really funny person.
The name's familiar.
Once you see him, you know it. But
It's-
so
I just looked at my little
here's-
notebook and I gotta say something funny.
here's the little summary of what 9 tells you that really makes you think. In the film, Ajin Woods voices a small ragdoll-like robot who awakens shortly after the end of mankind, and must find 8 other robots to figure out the mystery behind humanity's destruction while targeting while tangling with the vicious creatures of the massive soul-stealing machines that were known as giant mechs that had machine guns on them.
Oh.
And it barely, like, there's so many like little details that people have thought, and even the Facebook page was giving out clues, and just to figure out what the fuck happened.
That's cool. I love stuff like that.
It's a big what the fuck happened, and the end is so confusing. Like, you know, you make it to one person, and then you get to see the souls like wander off, and like into a heaven, and you're just like, a part of you's like, oh, that's a good ending. But if you really think about it, be like, I still barely know what the fuck happened to humanity before this. The only kind of clues we got is we have giant mechs, and that's basically it.
So, I love stuff like that, right? Like where you don't know what's going on, but the story itself is still glorious, and you don't need to know what's going on to understand the story they're telling you, right? That's always awesome.
Oh
I
yeah,
kind of
by the
want.
way,
I
they're
kind of
making-
want to jump back to the thing we were talking about earlier. I'll let you finish first.
They're making a District 10.
Fuck yes!
Yeah,
I
it's
love
confirmed.
District 9.
It's
Yes.
confirmed.
That makes me so happy. Obviously.
I found it kind of dull.
Understandable.
It's kind of stringed along for.
It's not only a string along. If you really think about it, it's kind of like one of those, like, predictable. Like it's a very predictable type thing.
It's like
right?
I'm not a fan of the main character. He's too much of an asshole, and
But the reason I liked it so fucking much is a combination of, like, it seems like a realistic standpoint. I'm saying this in
on what would
quotation
happen
marks
to aliens.
on what would happen if aliens actually showed up. You don't know what, like, you don't know, like, they showed up, they had no energy, they had no power, they were starving. What the fuck happened? Why are they there? You can't, like, really understand them and talk to them properly. The way they're treated sucks and pisses me off. But I watched this film with my dad. We had, like, it was so, like, just, we enjoyed it together watching it, right? And that's why I like it so much, because I enjoyed that experience. So I'm a little bit biased, and I'm so fucking excited for District 10. Woo!
So, if we're going to bring up stuff that really made you sad when it was your first time watching it, I know I'm going to sound like an asshole saying this.
Go for
So, when I was with my aunt, I told her this outright because I was happy and I was crying. Darling in the Franxx was the very first anime I binged. Darling in the Franxx is a pure love story that's beautiful. I was crying at the end because of what happened. I told her this is the happiest I have ever felt. And she got mad at me for it.
Oh, I hate when people get upset about, like, wait, us
Mind
being
you, at
together,
the
like,
time
that sucks.
At the time that I said that, I felt guilty. And I felt like I shouldn't have felt really that bad for it.
No,
But
you shouldn't.
it's like, it was the happiest I ever felt. And she's like, well, what about meeting me? It's like, that's like, yeah, I
It's
felt. Here's
different,
the thing,
first of all.
when I started dating her, I'm gonna say that right. When I started dating her, I didn't have very strong feelings. My feelings are the feelings that I developed.
Real talk.
I developed them.
It's one of those situations where a lot of the time,
I have to
when you
date
get
them.
involved
I have
with people,
to date them to really love them.
you have to get to know somebody before you can state stuff like, when we met, you were a fucking stranger when we met. If
Yeah,
that
now you
sounds a
just
little
call
bit
me a
harsh, I
chaotic
apologize,
dark
but it's the
entity
truth.
That is known as Evil Lord.
I mean, for fuck's sake, if I meet a random person on the street that I end up hooking up with and have a relationship with, before I actually get to know them, my fucking characters that I create in video games are going to have more meaning to me than us meeting until it goes somewhere. You know what I mean?
And
That
the
might
thing
sound
is,
pretentious or whatever, but that's my thought process on it.
what made it even better, it was a love story. It was beautiful. And I was genuinely thinking that it was me and her. So I don't think I ever told her that.
Ah,
But the thing is, like, it felt strong, like, we could be like that, but it was also my first anime I ever binged. From
Well,
start to
hey,
finish.
this is what I'll say.
Also, my dad's watching Kingsman, and I'm hearing the music score in the background, and I'm fucking smiling, because I know it's
Oh,
the end of it.
oh, that's great.
How much you watch Kingsman,
Yep.
it shows.
There's a couple of movies I want to watch again.
Um, but
Anyways,
with that, it's...
I'm glad that you enjoyed that and that experience didn't ruin your enjoyment of it, because there's some individuals I know that have had experiences like that where it then puts a bad taste in their mouth when they look back on certain things.
I don't have a bad taste, because again, my emotions were valid,
Yeah.
and that's what it is. I was happy in that moment. I adored it, and I loved it for what it is. I could still sit down and watch it.
I say this a lot, and I'll continue to say this. Everybody has, like, everybody's different. They have their own tastes. Everybody's issues mean what they mean to them, right? Like, some people
People could be a complete asshole and it
Yeah.
doesn't faze them, while some person could lie once and it...
and some people could get more emotional about things other people wouldn't give two shits about, right? Like,
I am a very
and it's hard
empathetic
for me to
person,
explain.
so-
It's hard for me to explain, but it's one of those situations where, like, one person could... How do I word this?
One person could give a shit more than another.
Well, I don't want to say it like that, because everybody's issues matter to them,
It
right?
is how it is.
So, like one
not in a dick
individual...
way, not in like an asshole way. It's like,
Yeah, okay, now I get what you're trying to say.
So, in the best way of saying this, everyone has their own experiences, which leads to them their own ideals and morality.
Exactly.
Understanding this is the sense of emotional spectrums. Some of them decide to close off the emotions because it was too much for them to handle, while others learn to master it. So we can have someone that's purely cold and a person that's warm and snuggly, and when they meet, sometimes they either repel or they attract. Understanding that, it could also depend on a person crying or not in certain movies. I cried when Wolverine died. I will gladly admit that.
Was it Deadpool 2 that had the thing in the text from the studio that
The studio that killed
Yep,
Wolverine.
yep, that made me laugh so
I made my
fucking
dad watched it.
hard. Oh,
My dad watched it, and
Yeah.
he doesn't like those types of movies, but he actually liked Deadpool too.
my mother, like, loved that
My
movie,
mother
and
would be laughing
normally she doesn't like movies like that, but I basically made my parents watch that movie, and they loved it, and they were like, "Oh, let's watch the second one." I was like, "Yes."
It's definitely a movie that's done well,
It is. It is done so well.
and it is very apparent, and it's Ryan Reynolds definitely carries a lot of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, the only reason I think that movie exists is because of him.
But the one thing I feel like with how everyone is raised and the stuff that they go through, and even the stuff that they struggle with, everyone will struggle with something differently.
Exactly
And-
what I was, like, the point I was trying to make.
And people will deal with it other ways. Some people will lose hope. Some people will, stay strong. Some people can keep alive for the rest of their life and not bother them. Some people feel incredible pain from that.
Yep.
People are very unique in that situation.
Good segue.
Since-
Oh, go on. Sorry.
Since we are so unique in what we do and how we do it, it's not a surprise that this world is built on ideals. And
So,
when we boil it down all the way down to the bare bone surface, like down to the bone, how the world is, we are telling other people that our ideals are better. And this is why our ideals are better.
I don't
I mean,
agree with that. I mean, I think some people try and do that, and it's the wrong thing to
a
do.
lot of people try and do that.
I know. I'm gonna put the ixnay on that. Like, not the ixnay on that. I'm starting to get tired. I don't want this conversation to turn into another damn philosophical thing at the end, damn it. So I'm gonna segue into
I'll make
two
your brain
conversations.
hurt.
No, I'm gonna segue into two conversations that I wrote down a while back, and I'm gonna talk about these two damn things that are, I think, of a lighter mindset. I'm gonna talk about the first one first, then I'm gonna talk about the one that I came up with when I was higher than a fucking kite because I had a panic attack, and I was like, oh my god, I needed something, and I fucking hit a pot because I needed to calm the fuck down, and I did. So first off, this is not the one that I came up with when I was high. This is like some statistic shit that I found out. Apparently, Epic is not going to be making a profit until 2027.
Wait, what?
Epic Games,
Mm-hmm.
they're not going to be making a profit on their store, right? You know, their store they came up with.
Mm-hmm.
Based on statistical analytics, if their growth rate remains the level that it is right now, they will not be making a profit on that store until 2027. However,
They have Fortnite right now.
well, it's not even just that, but it'll be worth it for them to do this because when they start to make a profit, it's going to snowball and their profit's going to be ridiculous, right? It's going to be like they're definitely going to be a direct competitor with Steam eventually, as long as the analytics remain true and they keep their growth rate that they have. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Epic was good at a time. It's still someone decent. I want them to make a second Bulletstorm. God, Bulletstorm was so much fun, actually.
Bulletstorm was a blast and a half and a game that I definitely want to play through again, for sure.
Yeah.
You didn't get to see me play. Do I have Bulletstorm on my? Hold on.
I've seen you play a bit of it.
Yeah, I think I have it uploaded to my YouTube. I'll have
I've
to
seen
go
you play
through.
a bit of it. The one thing that is so much fun is like pulling someone into spikes.
Yep.
So
The way you
fucking
could, like,
cool.
the mechanics you could utilize with that is a phenomenal. But
It's beautiful, but the things with Epic, they made a lot of really fun games, but now Epic is so focused on Fortnite.
well, see,
Like, yeah, they do make good games. I'm not saying that they
no,
don't.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's understandable. Like, this is why I'm talking about this because of my business, like my like of business decisions, stuff like that.
It's making money. I get that.
It's yes. The thing is, I don't know if they might be focused on other stuff too, because you have to think about it. A lot of things are like, yes, the company's focused on Fortnite. However, they could also have larger branches. They could have like other individuals that are working on other projects, whatever. The thing to keep in mind is they're not working on Fortnite just because of the profit. I mean, obviously that's a big reason, but there's other reasons too, because there are people that are working on it that are probably passionate about the game. There are people that love to go home and find out that these people just love the new release and stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
So
but
that's
we just added
a big
Xenomorph
thing.
into it.
They added so much shit into it. But I just love the idea that they're looking at their stuff and they're like, yes, we are losing maybe they're not losing this much money, but we're losing our ass right now, right? It is currently it's mid 2021. They're not going to be making a profit for another 5.5 years. Potentially. And it's phenomenal to me to know that it is still worth it for them to go into their game store, because of, at the end of the day, it will be making that much more, like, when it makes a profit, it'll pay for itself eventually. I love that. That concept of like, oh, we'll eventually start to make a profit as long as the analytics remain true. What were you gonna say? And then I want to go my final thought.
Ace Attorney has an anime.
Huh?
Ace Attorney has an anime.
Like Ace Ventura? Or wait.
Ventura. Ace Attorney.
Oh,
Phoenix, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it has an anime.
You should have started off with Phoenix, right? That my brain was like,
said Objection.
yep. You should have said objection, because my brain was like, what the Ace Ventura? What? No, not that.
Also, never make a sequel to a Jim Carrey movie without him. It is proven as a fact it fails.
Okay, first of all, who the fuck thought that through? Like, who thought that was a good idea?
Oh yeah, let's make the Mask the son of the Mask.
Oh, that fucking
Let's
dumpster
make
fire.
Ace Ventura Jr.
That's a
That
thing?
worked.
That's a thing. The dumpster
Yeah.
fire of the son of the Mask, that kind of just
Ace Ventura Jr. Yeah.
That was so dumb, first of all. Second of all, the fuck?
Yes.
That sounds like some shit I would think up fucking
As a fanfic.
as a joke. As a crack fic. Not a fanfic, a crack fic. You know what a crack fic is?
A joke.
Well, it's like, it's a joke that takes it way, way, way out there, like... That just... that doesn't... It made my brain stop for a minute. Like, that just makes no sense. That makes no sense to me.
Let's do a Jim Carrey movie without a Jim Carrey.
That,
Those were Jim Carrey movies.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That made no... Like, what? Anyways,
They imagine Ace Ventura without Jim Carrey.
that's why my brain died.
Imagine The Mask without Jim Carrey. I mean, it would just be the original comic book source and be actually true to it, being bloody and messy. But that's besides the point.
Oh yeah, that was funny to find out. When I found that out, I was like, really? They turned that into a kid's movie. Okay. Final thought. Why do we actually enjoy video games? Is it because the video game is actually good? Or is it because our brain goes like, we made the little guy on the screen go burr, and our brain goes, yay, I do good? Is that why we enjoy video games, or is it because the video game itself is actually good?
Asking that question is always going to be based on how the person is.
True.
Some people adore video games by the social aspect of it. Which, this is what my friend brought up when I said I love gaming. Do you love gaming, or do you love, hanging out with your friends and playing these games? And to be fair, I'm a bit of both. It depends. The achievement I have in Guilty Gear, and this is a really relevant topic for me to talk about, the adrenaline I feel and the greatness I feel about getting to a new floor and knowing, not thinking, but knowing I can make it.
So it's like that sense of achievement.
It's passion. It lights a fire in me.
Completely understandable. But this is a thing that I might bring up on a consistent basis as like a kind of an icebreaker subject, because it's a fun thing to talk about in my opinion, because it's like I love a good story. I love feeling like a badass. I love having a moment where I'm like, I did this, I created this, or I caused this to happen.
Just to let anger out.
Sometimes I do that too, not gonna lie.
Doom.
It's a fucking... There are some days where I would literally boot up Grand Theft Auto and see how long I could fucking stay alive against the cops, right? When I was in a very bad mood. A great way to relieve stress. Some people might hear that and go, oh, video games cause violence. This is half a joke, half serious.
That it doesn't.
I think me not having my video games would make me really fucking violent. That's half a joke, half serious.
The thing is, like I said, it's just different for everyone. And you can't be like, oh, well, you're the same, because I love the social aspect means I only play social games. That's not the case.
There are days where I feel like feeling like a badass. There are days where I feel like having a social interaction. There are days where I just feel like chilling. I'm of multiple mindsets just like you when it comes to this. It also
brings up the question and kind of throws it out there of, why do people like movies? Why do people like comic books?
Exactly.
Why do people like manga?
Exactly.
Why does anyone like it? Because if we boil it down to the bone, everyone can almost unanimously agree, you're going into a different world that isn't your own. You could escape reality for what it is and enjoy something that is made from someone else's mind.
And that concept is what I really enjoy about all types of media, and it's why I try not to shit on a lot of things.
Oh no, I will shit on some stuff and say this is actually trash.
Well, no, there are things that are actually trash, but what I mean is I love how I'm saying this, and I'm one of the biggest proponent of how shitty fucking live action adaptations. Like, what the fuck they're doing with the Clifford live action adaptation?
I mean, rubbish? Damn, he's a real trash Pokemon, right?
Hold on while I vomit. I had to make myself burp on that to make that joke.
Rubbish.
I
Ah,
fucking.
I love that.
Is there a Pokemon associated with cringe?
Mr. Mime?
You actually made me spit my fucking water out on that one. You actually made me spit my water out on that one. Damn it! What is my habit of like? Let me say something that's gonna get a response, and I know it's gonna get a response. Let me take a drink. Oh my god.
You want to? Don't worry, everyone has to choke once.
Are you trying to make this into a joke? It sounded like you were trying to do a setup.
Don't worry.
Whoosh. Anyways.
Don't worry, it's not a joke because you haven't did the spit take yet.
Not on stream.
But that's what it is. We yearn to know more. We yearn to like want to. And I feel like with our reality, we always have that moment where we just hate our own reality. You can't tell yourself you never.
No, it's completely
moment.
no. There was a moment where I was gonna try and be like, no, I don't think that's true, and then I thought about it. I'm like, no, that's 100 fucking % facts. Like
Everyone had
is
that. Everyone
facts.
had a moment.
There's a moment where you just need to get the fuck away sometimes. Like you need to like shut it out and be like, I'm in my own little box, right?
But with what games provide is interaction with the media that you're getting sucked into. That sense of control over something that even with some
that's
people,
why that right there, that sense of control you're talking about, is why I think video games are the best opinion-based. They're the best form of media. Hell, I could even go as far as to say not even opinion-based, but fact-based because of what you're doing with a video game.
The worst form of media, in my opinion, is movies because they always want to stay grounded to reality.
Well, it's not even that. The reason that I think that movies are such a
I don't mean like
like
anime movies. I mean like live, like real.
I know live action you're talking about, because if you wanted to break it down, The Matrix is classified as live action. It's people doing people things.
I still want to try and ground it to
exactly
some bit of reality.
If all of it took place in The Matrix, but it doesn't. It goes back and forth. Now that's a good thing to bring up, because I think that's why a lot of I can't get away from it. A lot of live action adaptations fail or don't meet expectations, not because you're not driving the action like you are in the video game variation of it. Now I'm referring to live action adaptations, obviously, in their video game format, because there are comic books, books, and some other live action adaptations are actually really good representations of their source material. Obviously, you'll come across situations where that's not right, like Spawn. However, for the most part, cartoons,
They've done so much with Spawn.
Cartoons, anime, and video games are the top 3 when it comes to live action adaptations.
Anime is very inspiring to cartoons now, because there's a lot of cartoons that are starting to throw in a lot of action.
Yes.
Like the most recent He-Man.
But onto that, the live action adaptation, for example, of Clifford, the Big Red Dog.
Bark, bark.
I want to give it a chance, right? I do want to give it a chance. I want to see if it's good.
Imagine if Ron Perlman was the voice of Clifford.
The problem, however, is the fact that they're trying to take the story in a reality-grounded way, like you said. Do you want to know what the story of Clifford the Big Red Dog is?
He grows big.
No. He grows big, and the government wants to use him to make animals bigger, and make no, seriously. Let me exit out of XCOM so I could actually look this up at a speed that's not slow as molasses, because of the fact that for some reason whenever I try and go to Google and I'm playing a game, Google runs like a snail racing against a turtle.
Even my Google beats the race.
Well, no, I mean, it normally beats the race, but when I'm playing a video game and streaming at the same time, let me preface it by saying playing a video game and streaming, it runs slower.
I feel like that's why a lot of people also are
I
gravitating
don't
more
think this
towards
is recording right now.
Damn.
I mean, I could
But
just download the whole stream.
like
Not
a
that
part
big
of
of a
me
deal.
wants to do this and genuinely make this in an animation. During a fight, one of the main characters cuts open a star, absorbs all of the fucking like flames and shit like that, uses it back to fight them. The other person creates a black hole, and one of the main characters just stands right next to it, unfucking phased.
Go for
I
it.
don't. Yeah, I don't want to make it
That
grounded to
fucking.
reality.
You said that, and my brain was like, that sounds fucking weird, dude.
It sounds weird, but it's like imagine the sense of like my characters that I have that I want to make into animation are more powerful than gods. They are the beings that
Like just the incomprehensible strength. Like
yes,
your imagination is literally the limit when it comes to what they can and cannot do. That's the thing. There's nothing they cannot do.
I
Right?
mean, for
Well,
fuck's sake, I have I have one scene where I have them fighting and the guy cuts open a planet.
yeah.
Yeah, cool. Like, like
I mean,
people
I'd be interested in checking it out.
like I don't believe in that sense of like, oh, it has to be somewhat grounded to reality. I'm like, no, it doesn't. This is their reality. This is what they do. This is what they can do. This is their reality.
David Allen Greer is doing the voice for Clifford.
Hmm.
At least I think so. There's an advertisement. I don't want to watch the advertisement. Well, I don't think I can watch the advertisement on stream. But the premise,
But, like,
the premise of Clifford the Big Red Dog. Are you ready for this?
Yep.
As middle schooler Emily Elizabeth struggles to fit in at home and at school, she discovers a small red puppy who is destined to become her best friend from a magical animal rescuer. So she gets the dog from a magical animal rescuer. Okay, that's a little weird. When Clifford becomes a gigantic red dog in her New York City apartment and attracts the attention of a genetics company who wish to supersize animals, Emily and her clueless uncle, Casey, have to fight the forces of greed as they go on the run across New York City and take a bite out of the Big Apple. Along the way, Clifford affects the lives of everyone around him and teaches Emily and her uncle the true meaning of acceptance and unconditional love. Do you see where my problem is with the premise?
they wanted to ground it in. They wanted to make it like engaging and like here's the conflict.
Like they
and you
wanted to
to-
have it actiony and stuff, and it's like if you literally took out attracts the attention of a genetics company who wish to supersize
take away
animals.
the conflict.
You take away
and make it,
that.
like, a
I would
smaller-
love this movie. Just to have him travel across,
Like,
have literally. This is what you could have done. Have him
It's like,
travel across
Clifford
the city
lost
while they're
his
getting
kite.
ready to move to the island.
Yeah.
Like
Or
have
just,
it be a
like-
prequel.
Or just be like Clifford lost his kite. Go find it in 2 hours. It sounds stupid, but it would work.
Like listen to what the
here's one
cast
thing
is.
that-
Emily Elizabeth Howard, a 12-year-old who has to save Clifford from a genetics company. What?
I will say this. When it comes to now this anime, I'm gonna say it. When it comes to an anime that's far from grounded to reality, but is awesome as like crazy as hell to watch. Hellsing.
Oh God.
It's chaotic, but I love it.
Well, see, you're talking about grounded in reality, and hey, here's what it is. Here's what it is. Live action adaptations are grounded in our reality. Stuff like that is grounded into the reality that they create, right? They created the reality, so it's grounded in their reality. Things are only able to occur based on what is allowed to occur.
Like Assassination Classroom also.
Yep.
It's Kuro Sensei.
Like
that makes sense.
it's what's one I can
Or
now this might
some
throw you
people-
for a loop. One Piece. I know it's
One
not
Piece
grounded
has
in
its own
reality. It's not.
It's in its own reality.
But but
My
based
Hero Academia.
based on how it exists, the things that happen and the things that don't happen make sense because of the
Like-
world that is revolved around it.
If we're going to talk about animes that have their own reality, Black Clover, Tokyo Ghoul, My Hero Academia.
Yep.
Karaka, Bed and Breakfast for Spirits.
I'm trying to
because
think of
spirits-
Full Metal Alchemist.
Hellsing.
Full Metal Alchemist. That's a good
Cowboy
one.
Bebop,
Fucking glorious one on that one right there, Chief.
Devil May Cry.
Yep.
Because that has an anime to it.
I mean, for fuck's
Noragami.
sake, Metal Gear Solid. That's a perfect example, actually. That shit is grounded in
Gear
reality, but the shit that is possible because it is that reality.
Yeah. The best scene in Valkyria Chronicles, we're gonna drive a tank underwater.
Nanomachines, son.
Oh god, Rising was great.
I knew you would. I knew that would get you. I knew it would.
Sam was just.
It's funny you brought that up because I didn't even think
about.
about that. And you're right though. Everything that I read the lore. It was all believable to me. And I think I even said on one of the episodes, the reason that stuff like this works is because it's created in the world.
But when you.
And it's realistic to its world. It's realistic to its world.
Yeah. It's like, oh, why is Ghost Rider so overpowered? Have you seen the Marvel universe?
That's why I think a lot of live action adaptations in the media that I was referring to have a tendency to fall short.
Truly any Ghost Rider live action can never really get to the power that he's meant to be at. He could legitimately look at the Watchers and be like, if you're on my fucking list, run. Like, he could look at the Watchers, the people that are the gods in Marvel.
So I have a question for you.
Here. That is?
Since we're talking about live action adaptions, what do you think about the Sonic live action adaptation?
It was nice.
6.5 out of 10 on IMDb, 63 on Rotten Tomatoes, and 47 on Metacritic.
That makes sense.
I love when the quote-unquote good movies, like 86% of people who rated it on Google like the movie. I love how movies that I know I would like this movie always get like critically horrible reviews.
Oh yeah, I just realized Cowboy Bebop has a corgi. So
Ed was one of my favorite fucking.
Wow. It's stupid, and I don't know if you could agree with it, but I took like, what would your anime character be, right?
Oh yeah, like self-insert type stuff. What about it?
Like,
who would you be?
Yeah, I would be Spike.
Oh.
From Cowboy Bebop.
It's been such a long time.
That actually weirdly makes sense.
I would be the dog.
Yeah, bitch, stay in your place. Oh, but it sometimes I'm like, I want to be this character. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, this is a fucking segue. I look up Sonic the Hedgehog. Apparently, how did Sonic die? Is people also ask that? What?
Spike through heart. No suts.
Sonic the Hedgehog dies during risky life-extending surgery.
What? No.
This is it's like a fucking article somebody made up. Obviously.
Was it in the comics?
Hold on. Yeah, anime. It's a fake article, obviously, but like people actually think it's real. And I'm over here. Like people come up with the damnedest. Beloved video game character and pop culture icon Sonic the Hedgehog recently passed away this week while undergoing a dangerous medical procedure to extend his lifespan. He was 27 years old, and like the list goes on. And I'm like, what? This is the first time I'm hearing about it, but like, people are legitimately upset about this. What?
No sense. The thing is,
he's a fucking character. What?
Yeah. But
like somebody literally said, this is sad to read if it was true. What?
The one thing though with how I see some characters, like, oh, self-insert, like I've like watched a bit of Spike and I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense.
I'm not gonna shy away from it. I used to, the idea of self-insert type stuff always used to bother me until I realized I'm a dumbass and half like coming up with certain ideas was like, no, this is what a self-insert is. And I'm like, oh, I've always heard about self-insert in the negative connotation. I never thought about it in the way that It was brought
Yeah,
up to me.
no, a lot of people like I said in D&D, they don't like a DM having an NPC follow them.
Yeah,
and
no,
it's just
I think my mindset has matured a little bit with stuff like that because I'm like,
my
no,
brain's like this. Like, if it's done right, it's fine.
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
what person that grew up on Devil May Cry doesn't wish to be Dante sometimes?
I've literally created fan fiction ideas where I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make a character representation of myself, throw it in there, and see what happens. Fun fact: self-insert fan fictions are really fucking prevalent. Like they're not. It's not to say that they're popular. It's just there's a lot of them.
Okay, so there's an anime that you should watch.
I
Scarlet,
Isekai.
not Isekai.
What's it called?
It's called Scarlet Nexus.
I literally think I have a tab opened up. Yeah, I do. I do have it on my things of Scarlet Nexus because it was on my list of things to watch.
It's good. It's good.
Fun fact: most of the times I come across anime stuff that I want to watch, it's because of animated stuff on YouTube, like animated music videos and stuff like that. I actually got into One Piece that way.
Oh wait, do you see that God of High School one I sent you?
Yeah, and I fucking want to watch it really bad now.
One day, me and you have to like sit down and watch it.
Yeah, a little
The
bit of a
combat-
watch through. The
Why-
combat
why-
looks fucking ridiculous, and I'm like, I'm all for it. Time to fuck
Why
up.
does that song fit so well with that anime?
The music is amazing. That's why.
Fits so well.
Really fast
Oh,
before I
alright.
forget.
It's 10:30.
I'm tired. I'm about ready to wrap up.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
So there's a that's the
It is. I was just gonna say I'm debating next week to play like ukulele or Rebel Galaxy or whatever or something else. I'm going to finish the mega build that I'm working on. It's gonna take a long time for me to do it in 7 days a die, but I'm making castle walls, a castle, and after I finish the castle, I'm gonna finish up with 7 days to die for a little bit, and then I'm gonna play
Hey,
something else.
Doom,
What?
speaking of Scarlet Nexus, it's on sale right now on Steam.
All right.
Ain't that convenient? A part of me
Let me look
wants
it
to
up.
pick it up.
I'm gonna look it up on
$69
Steam right now before I wrap up. I want to say, real talk. If you can afford and you want to, do whatever, right? Just
Yeah.
don't feel like you have to go out of your need and be like, oh, he has to have this to play it. I very much appreciate it, but
Oh,
make sure you
and
can
if
take care of yourself first and foremost.
If you play the
obviously.
game, watch the anime too, because I think it tells more of the story. So, you know, just that heads up because the game I think the game takes place after the anime. It seems like it.
They'll kind of dread the idea of somebody coming along and fucking basically pay me $1,000 to fucking play Metal Gear Survive.
You know, one day that's going to be me.
I know it's gonna happen one day. I just,
It's gonna be that one thing of like you're just like you know what, Grant? I hate Metal Gear Survive. Oh,
I hate
you
that
do?
I think it's gonna
No.
be you that's gonna start it. Here's the problem. The rule, there's like a thing when it happens, the rule is that when I'm playing it, you can keep the timer extended. And I know there's some motherfuckers out there that are gonna keep me playing that game for like 10 hours. And some people be like, wow, yeah, you'd come out like a bandit with all that money. No, you don't seem to understand. When you despise something and you don't want to do it,
You need that money to go to therapy.
that's like literally, I don't even know how it got started, but the only way I'd ever be able to do it. And I preface this by saying, only do something like that if you can obviously support yourself first, and only do it if you want to watch me suffer and are enjoying the content and all that. Like that's my whole mindset. I'm doing this for fun.
But the thing is, like, it
The
has a
support's
79 on
appreciated,
Metacritic.
but it's not necessary.
Yeah, it has a 79 on Metacritic. So that's
Scarlet
cool.
Nexus.
Similar to Final Fantasy 14 and Ghost Runner. Wow, two of my favorite games.
There's a lot of
Ghost Runner was such a good game.
Ugh.
It's cheap.
Oh, yeah, this game.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely
It's
worth.
okay, it's got an okay, that's why I know about Scarlet Nexus. For a minute, I'm like, this shit sounds so familiar, but I've never watched the anime because I didn't know of the anime existing. But yeah, this weekend, I'm going to drop some money, like $20. It was currently literally what it is right now for me, USD, 2078, 74% off. I'm buying Elder Scrolls Skyrim and Fallout 4 Game of the Year edition, and I might fucking play Fallout 4 next week.
Okay, there's a game that doesn't. I'm kind of. It looks like almost like someone's college project of Dark Souls. Uh, the game is called Blood Spear.
Blood Spear?
It's free. Uh, I may give it a try. I've like curiosity.
Tell me about it, and if it's good, maybe I'll play it on stream.
Yeah.
What's really funny is I think I've played in this year, legitimately this year, I have played one game off stream. Maybe two.
You've also played a lot of games I've told you to play on stream.
True. But the one game I've played off stream was Unturned. And I wanted to check to see the Escape from Unturnov server that I favorited a long time ago. And they've updated a ridiculous amount. And I'm like, man, I might play this on stream at some point in the future again. Because it's fun.
But yeah, no.
This
We can
was
keep
fun.
on shooting shit for a long time. I haven't ate my food.
I
yet,
was literally
really.
about to say it's midnight and I'm not like normally I don't eat after 7, but I kind of have to eat because I'm like I didn't
I'm
eat. I
starving,
skipped dinner.
and-
Yeah, I'm hungry too. And it's funny. That's a perfect segue because I was literally about to say I had fun tonight as well. Speaking of fun, I had it.
I will give you an update on the D&D. When
Of course.
when he starts it up again. But at least we're all level 3 after the bullshit we.
Oh my God! You were level 2 doing that?
Yes.
Okay,
He did
shaking
it
my head.
level.
I shook my head. We got to move on, or we'll start this conversation back up, and I'm hungry too.
Full chaos gave us a fucking level, so.
Definitely love doing this on Fridays. We'll have to keep it up.
I'm in the
Normally I would. I'm debating whether or not I want to continue stream. I'm probably not going to because I'm tired. Oh, I didn't record this shit. All right, the whole VOD's gonna go up on that. Fine, screw it. The whole VOD's going up.
Oh yeah, by the way, heads up, Mortal Shell is also on sale.
Okay. That's another one that's been on my long list. Anyways, I'm gonna go through my short list first, and that includes playing games from Steam. So I'm probably gonna play ukulele next week. In all honesty, I might start trying to go live earlier so I could play more games because I want to try and get to the point to where I'm playing 3 games a night. Game.
That's actually really cool. Free. Hey everyone, Mortal Shell is finally here on Steam, and for the next 5 days, you can download and keep the Virtuous Cycle for free.
Ooh.
And $9 DLC.
Nice.
So, they did that on August 18th. So, I think you should buy it soon.
Oh shit.
You get the DLC for free.
Speaking of free, I don't think I got this week's free Epic Games.
Well, anyways, I'm just going to be like, bye-bye.
But yeah, I'm going to go to, but yeah, I'm probably going to try going live earlier so I can play more games because I have too many games to go through. Regardless of that, I had a fun talk. I had a fun time. And, I look forward to doing it whenever we can do it again.
Yep, see you, dude.
Bye-bye. That was fun. I always like those little talks, those conversations. They're the best. I'm going to end stream here, obviously, from the scene that I got going on. I hope you all enjoyed yourself as well. I apologize for the fact that this is the full VOD. Then again, it doesn't really matter. Regardless, that is going to be it for me for the time being. If you haven't already, you know what to do. And until next time, take care and have a good one.